Hello, everyone, and welcome to another session of Roll for Damage, where a group of us geeky friends decided to get together and showcase our storytelling through Dungeons and Dragons for all of the interwebs. Welcome back. Apologies for last week. Was out of my hands. Our entire country kind of went down. It was not pretty. I had no phone, no internet, no nothing. Some people didn't even have a 911, so that's how bad it was. We are back though this week. Um, we are just missing our wonderful cook and cleric Artemis tonight. So I will play him if needed for anything, for his skills or anything like that. But we thankfully finished the last sort of major adventure and are going into whatever comes next for this wild and wacky group. So at least he may or may not be missing any major battles, but at least the big one with the Kraken last week was completed. So, um, with that, I think we don't have anything else to announce. So let's jump in to tonight's session of Roll for Damage.
A door opens, adventure awaits your creation. Each person plays their part, abilities to lay the foundation, setting the stage for everything to start. Classes, they help define a role and for choices. I what finalize the building session zero. Integrates the character and begins a new destiny to be fulfilled. This is your moment to capture. Your fate is hinged on a bet. Release the dice and charge forward. This game is not a game, so now you'll bet your life. The table is set. This is your moment. Take control. It's critical. The final curtain is rising. The world's forever changed. A story made for the ages. All the lost experience and friends forever. Table is the future laid out before you. One you will never forget. This group of friends that support you. Come on, answer the call. Don't freeze until the table is set.
Okay, so let me get everything set over here. Let's go here and do this. Okay, so last we left off, the six were in the midst of coming to River to find the Strings of Destiny, an artifact of Avandra's that um, had been lost somewhere beneath the city long ago. Um, while investigating, Oriana's mother had gone missing, and through investigation, the group learned that she was kidnapped by someone or something. Through looking into the clues, the group found an underwater catacomb beneath the opera house that went further into the city um, and further beneath the city, and eventually met with a kraken, a juvenile kraken at first, named Rayo, who wanted to be an opera star and had admitted to taking the current opera star so that he could have his way and eventually either get rid of the opera itself and make it shut down, or have someone notice him. The group used all of their skills and abilities to attempt to find a way to save Helena Scarlet, without causing her demise, eventually chasing the Kraken through the catacombs, uncovering some treasures and traps, and eventually finding their way to his final chamber where he held Helena and did battle with him, but in doing so, learned that he was kind of distracted performing with her and simply wanted to have his time in the sun, in the spotlight. And with the group realizing that, and Oriana using her own abilities to bolster their performance, and Helena agreeing to work with Reo, the group finally closed out that chapter, left Helena to clean up, and exited the catacombs, also learning that they likely connected to the ocean as well and the sewers, in some respect. So these probably had been under the city for a very long time. As they left the catacombs, they got back to, they were teleported through Oriana's magic before their water breathing expired, and exited the manor at the behest of Oriana's father, who they had met previously and had a little bit of a dodgy communication set with him, and headed off to the inn that they were staying at to recuperate for the evening and go over their spoils, one of which were strings that one of the orchestra that Reo tasked with performing to help bolster his singing and his operatic performance was using on their instrument. And so as a thank you for allowing him the ability to perform and helping, and for Helena agreeing to see him as a secondary performer at the opera house, he offered the strings up to the group in trade for what had occurred. And so that is where we come back. It is the next day. You are well rested. You managed to stay in the inn for the evening. It can be early if you would like, if you would all like to regroup before Navari and Zavrin head off for the day. But up to you on if you would regroup early or if you would kind of all do your thing one after the other a little bit later. You guys let me know.
Oriana would probably be up early restringing her violin with the Strings of Destiny, now that she's taken some time to attune to them and is no longer attuned to the, I believe I said I was unattuning the Circlet of the Water Dancer.
Mm-hmm.
So if anybody
easily
would
enough
like
to do.
the Circlet of the Water Dancer, you are more than welcome to it.
Is that in the bag of holding?
It will be in the bag of holding once Oriana finishes doing her thing. I will post what it does in Discord so you guys can see it if you want to take it or not.
Okay. So I'll say you all eventually convene in the Navari, are you saying something? Because you're muted. I will say you all eventually reconvene in the tavern area as you get breakfast in the morning, and you are left to plan out your day. You probably, Zavrin and Navari, have maybe like an hour before you have to get to where you need to go.
Okay. So I mean, what's the plan? I mean, Wrena, what's the plan for?
Well, they was able to find out where Cal's house is yesterday, but wasn't able to see if my brother was there. I didn't have enough time.
Okay.
Before we had to meet up with Oriana. Speaking of which, how much trouble do you think she is in?
Oh,
Like, because like her mother is mad at her and her father is mad at her. She's
Well,
going to be
also-
grounded until for like.
But
the
she's an
end.
adult, and at least as far as from what I've seen in a trill, like you're free to do whatever you need to.
I don't know that that's true. It's more like there are rules and you follow the rules and then you don't get in trouble. But if you don't follow the rules, then you have angry parents like Oriana.
But to be grounded as an adult, though, like legal trouble for breaking into
Well,
a crime
that-
scene, cool.
But in some ways, their life makes her life possible. So
I mean, to be fair, we got impaled by 20,000 skewers underwater, and we did pretty good for ourselves.
that doesn't undo broken trust between your parents and yourself.
There would
This
be
all
no
sounds
trust if we
like-
didn't go down there. There would
I
be no
don't
trust
know.
to be kept.
I mean, I'm glad that we found Oriana's mom. That's a good thing.
We didn't even have to. We kind of had to fight it. Not really, though. Not at the very end, anyway.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. It's done. It was done is done. There's no point in being too stressed out about it, I guess. Is this your books roller? Is this your last day of community service? Is it 3 days? So this should be the last day, right?
As far as we know, it's going to be the last day. Who knows? This city could tack on a few days for whatever reason. Maybe I jaywalked or
Or you looked at someone the wrong way.
littered.
Don't
Well-
say that. No, no more.
I think you'll just try to just feel more like Little Chef and less like Horns.
Oh,
And then you won't get in trouble in this city? Maybe?
I think it's the city with the problem.
I don't know that the rest of the city would agree. Anyway, I think what I am going to do is I'm going to maybe spend some time trying to do surveillance. Maybe see if I can see my brother.
I'll take you up on that. I'll go with you so you're not alone.
I don't even know if he's here. All I saw was Cal.
I mean,
So,
your brother's attached to his side, like a thorn in your foot, right?
I don't know.
Is that how the saying goes?
Well, I don't know. Like, what I know is that he has been traveling with him as a kind of a guard. That is what Marin said. But I don't know if he is, like, willingly traveling as a guard or if this is just, like, what he has been doing, if they maybe are doing some sort of, mind control or something on him. Because I just don't see my brother willingly guarding the man who killed our parents. I find that hard to believe.
If your life's threatened enough, you'll do anything for self to
Or
preserve
if he
your own
took one
being.
too many hits in the head in the fighting, that is possible. I don't know. It's like some thing where you start to care about your captor. What is that? I don't know. There's a
Well-
phrase for it.
Whatever happens, how about let's not fight Cal like a Leviathan before the rest of
Well,
Kraken before the rest of us get there.
I told Cade, I told him that we would try to do things the right way. So, like, if we can try to find evidence about what Cal is actually doing, we can at least take him down legitimately. But I don't plan on earning myself. community
Whoever wants
service.
to can make a history check.
Okay.
Whoever wants to.
Yep, whoever wants to.
History. Where is that?
I'll make one. Why not?
30-20.
Well,
And I'm not from here.
Intelligence 0, so I'm not giving myself that.
Just do it.
Nemeron, I love your avatar, but please
Oh my
choose the
gosh.
characters one.
God damn it, I'm sorry.
Is anyone else making one just before I?
Artemis? Huh?
This has
Might as
nothing.
well.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with specific. Oh, yeah, I can do one for Artemis.
Oh,
That would be fair.
Sure.
I keep forgetting about the avatar. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's just so funny when I see that. Character sheet up. Three. Okay.
Not bad.
All right. So, I mean, both Nemeron and Artemis know this. You remember when talking to Cade, he explained. Oh. Okay. Anyway, he explained that Cal was going to be hosting like a banquet for important people in the city and the nation in the next couple of days. You're not exactly sure if it's already passed, if it's still happening, but you do know that is occurring, or that either has occurred, is occurring this evening, or is occurring sometime in the near future.
And we spoke to Cade 3 days? No. How long ago? Like 4 days ago? 5 days ago?
3 days ago, I believe. You spoke to him just before
We went.
just before Navari and Zavrin got their sentence.
Okay.
So, I guess not quite 3 days, about two and a bit days ago, right? Because
Okay.
they're finishing their third day of community service now.
And it's not like there's like a flyer posted to come to the Dragonstone Citadel for free drinks. It's not like that, right?
You have not seen a flyer anywhere.
Okay.
I mean, it's not really. You haven't really been looking. But the way that Cade mentioned it to you with a 20 history, he said it's for high dignitaries of the city, like important people. And he kind of hinted to you guys if you could figure out a way to either get yourselves an invite, make yourselves someone of import, you could maybe get in. Now, given that you also kind of got into it a little bit with the authorities, and had a bit of a back and forth with them in the last couple of days, you're not sure how well that will hold up, but you do know that there is a banquet. With a banquet, it's a party. A lot of things go into preparing something for high stationed people. So there's probably a lot going to be going on at the manor at that time when it happens. Like I said, unless it already has, but you know, just from like living in Veladon and seeing like nobility there, you know that like when there are big events and having like the palace, like when the palace has a big event, a ton of things go into that. There's catering, there's there's guards, there's decorations, there's music, there's entertainment, there's like there's a whole bunch of different things that go into creating an event like that, and so there's a lot of moving pieces when that happens. So take that, use that information however you want.
Well, I know a certain singer that now might be available for such a party.
Brianna's gonna walk down the stairs at this point. Oh, I can't wait to go back to my mother and father and host lavish banquet dinners for all the high socialites, people.
The singer that perhaps needs guards?
How would we... Who are we talking about? Oriana or...
Well...
Because her last night was impeccable.
Thank you, but I don't even know what we're talking about. I was just casually mentioning the fact that I can't wait to have a banquet dinner with my family again.
Okay, are you sure? By the way, me and Wrena and I were talking. How in the shit do you think you're gonna be because of this?
I hope not too much. I mean, mother and father are probably going to be frustrated, at the very least.
And that's putting it lightly, or
I don't think we're going to see jail time because we've been cooperative. I mean, we did technically. Well, look around. Are there other people around at this point? Are like is
You're in a
anybody
tavern.
listening? Yeah, but are they like listening in? Are they like?
Go ahead
"Who
and
are
make
all
a
these
perception
investigators?"
check.
Before I start talking about potential
Our
operation.
misdeeds.
Perception 18.
Okay, with an 18, no one's like overly paying attention to you. So sound travels like if you exclaim something really really loudly, like people might look
Yeah.
over and be like whatever, but no one's actively like that you can see listening in on
Yeah.
your conversation.
So I'll go over to the table and like lean in really close and just be like, yeah, and whisper them. We did go in when we were told explicitly not to, but I don't think we're going to be in trouble with the law necessarily unless Mother was just like, oh yeah, my daughter rescued us against the law and all that crap. I don't think she's going to do that, and I think that's exactly why they are going to be probably
Lenient.
miffed. Well, I was speaking to my parents.
Oh.
While they're probably going to be miffed, I don't know if they are going to. I mean, what are they going to do? Ground me? I literally have been traveling the world for the last 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months.
See what did I tell you, Wrena? She's an adult.
But I mean, I don't think we're going to be in trouble with the law again, unless
We
like
do something dumb.
Mom and Dad are just that pissed off at me. They're like, oh, this time we're sending you to juvenile hall or whatever. I don't know.
Hmm.
But,
Well,
I mean, why are we talking about my relationship with my parents at this moment? I literally just came down. I was stringing my instrument.
no, I know, but
I mean, it has been the focus of the last few days.
So we're talking about Wrena's stuff then?
oh,
What are we talking about?
we want to make sure
Because,
these loose ends are tied before we go off onto another thing.
I mean, I'm going to go see my parents today because I have not seen my father in a amicable setting since before I left. And our meeting yesterday was a bit heated. So I would like to clear things up. I would like to be able to hug him and, tell him I love him and miss him and all that stuff. If you guys
Okay,
want to
that's
get a
fair.
head start on finding Cal and dealing with that, I mean, I'm more than willing to help. I want to go see my family.
Well, I mean, we did. Well, Wrena, I didn't promise anything. Wrena promised to do this Cal thing within the law or within the scopes of it.
I would very much like if we were to stay within the scopes and confines of the law at this point. I think we've had more than enough going around, most of which has been my fault, and I will take full credit for. I was not acting rationally the last few days, but your mother was missing and a kraken was involved. I'm sure you all would probably be freaking out just as much as I was.
Sure.
Well, perhaps some of Navarre's friends in the streets can get some dirt on Cal. I'm sure there's something out there. This man
Well,
can't be squeaky clean.
I
We
don't.
know he is not squeaky clean.
Right.
He is
Yeah.
running a underground fighting ring.
But we need to.
There's
We
gotta
don't
be a
have
loose end
proof that
somewhere.
he's not.
How do we get proof? Because we said that we would try to get proof and evidence. Because what is happening is essentially this is a 2 go in and 1 come out situation. So people are dying. So whatever we find out, we need evidence that we can present to the city guard so that they can actually get this taken care of, because it's a big deal.
I mean,
It's been going for a long time. Who knows how many people have died?
I do. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, ideally, if we had a way to meet him and get close to him, that would probably be the best stratagem.
I'm not going to
Wrena
get
can't
close.
be seen.
He will know. He knows me by my face. I look just like my brother, only a little shorter.
Would it
Then,
help?
I mean, go ahead, Natalia.
He also looked me in the eye. He knows I'm here in the city.
if we're not hell-bent on doing things the right way, we could offer them a champion in the fighting ring, get
No,
close
we are
that
doing-
way.
I already suggested
no,
that, and
just-
Wrena said no.
No, we are doing things the right way. We are not doing it like that. We need to find evidence, and we need to present it to the city and allow them to take it. You have someone who is essentially a high up authority in this city. You have to do things the right way. They're going to have a lot more pull than a small mercenary band. He's going to have people he can rely on and things that he can do. We have to find the evidence that will sweep his feet and his support out from under him. That's the only way you're going to be able to take someone like that down.
All right, that's fair. But when that fails, just let me know. I've taken my turn in the ring.
Oriana and Wrena, you guys can both make a history check for this one.
27.
All right. So just just for Wrena, I mean, this is the first time in a long time that Cal's been in the city. You know that when you first came here a while back, when you met up with, and you guys actually went into the ring and you fought. He wasn't here. You were only able to learn about Jekaba and your brother and all of that. And then he was gone traveling. So he's been gone for a long time. He's here now. You're not sure what that means. Oriana, much like the one thing that you know is Cal is the high overseer of the prison. But he is also that prison is for criminals of there are smaller jails around this, like there are smaller jails in the city and stuff like that, or smaller prisons in the city, but that one basically holds the nation's like sort of most dangerous, most notorious sort of criminals that have been caught. And there are even actually some foreign prisoners that Trill has kept because they can't be, either it's too dangerous to extradite them or whatnot. Like, and there is some work to rehabilitate and make these people better, but that is what it is. And so you know that Cal, because that he oversees that, a lot of his job is moving around. The fact that he is in the city, much like your father, is not a guarantee that it will stay that way because of the nature of their job. So you get the sense that if you want to move on him, you're going to have to do it soon. And so if you wait to like fight in the ring or anything like that, you're not sure how, like what time period you have with him being here. Even with the world the way that it is, actually with the world the way that it is, even more so, it's likely that he's going to be tasked to travel to different places, because this is when the criminals come out. They figure that this is like high time for them to be able to like riot and do terrible things, because no one's looking, everyone's busy trying to defend the populace from what's going on. And so you get the sense that if you're thinking of doing something, it should be in the next few days, or at least find out how long he's going to be in the city for, because you get the sense that it's probably not like a permanent stay here in River End.
I will convey that to the group.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, Cade did say that he was holding gala seems like a strong word. A banquet? Parlay? I don't know. I'm not fancy.
I mean, my parents might have been invited to that.
So you have an into that, for at least. But the question is, how would we get in? Like,
I mean,
Because-
we could come up with a story. I can ask my parents and see what they think and what might be plausible.
Your dad doesn't think we're good company. I don't think he's gonna willingly help us at all.
It doesn't
Maybe
like
not,
us
but it
anymore.
doesn't hurt to ask. And this could be a chance for you all to prove that you're not what he thinks.
I don't
But you are
really
willing
care to
to-
prove that.
To be honest, Navari, if I'm being brutally honest, I think that if you were at this event, you would probably go crazy and just like start stabbing people.
That's not going to work.
It
And
is
they-
very it is very high society, proper manners. You got to make sure you have the pinky up when you're drinking your tea, kind of thing,
Tea?
I don't.
or something stronger.
There you go.
You don't think I can clean up? I played scale breath to perfection. Thank you.
It's not that you can't. I think it's going to be as bad as the library.
I don't know. what
I
to
certainly
do.
think you could do it. I just don't know if you would enjoy the process. But Wrena, you did say that he would recognize you, that he already did.
He
So
already
that-
he knows I'm here.
So maybe this isn't a whole group thing. Maybe this is just a few of us. Some of the people who are better skilled for more social. I guess you could kind of see this like combat. I mean, it certainly feels weird to call anything combat after you fight a kraken and almost die, but
Well, regardless, we know that Ruler and Horns, they're still busy today. They have their community service.
today, but not necessarily tonight.
So maybe, Oriana, you could talk to your parents, see if they're going to have anything to do with this banquet. But there's no way that I can't go to a banquet. It's not my. Do
Stop the
I
vibe.
look like a banquet person? And she's like literally still wearing her furs and stuff. Like she's like, I don't do banquets. I don't know what to do about this situation.
Well, I mean, you don't have. There's more than one way to get into a fancy event. You don't need to be the one with the silver tongue. You can be like a caterer or pretend to be one at least. Or
Okay.
You could be muscle.
Again, the problem comes back to Renaissance's that she was recognized.
Fair.
So,
I think
Isn't
the
there
only-
magic to like?
not that I can use. I don't know about any of you.
I don't know. I mean, I would assume that at a banquet like this, there would be some sort of protections against that kind of thing.
Like illusion magic, like illusion
Probably.
shattering magic.
I mean, it would
I don't
not
know.
be.
They're
I-
not
I-
against arcane magic here, like they are.
Mm-mm.
No,
Yeah,
but
no.
Essential
they
safety.
might have methods to determine that people who are coming in are who they say they are.
I
But-
mean, I could, if it's possible for you to get some kind of invitation, I could be a guard of some sort. At least that would give me a reason to be there.
That could work. I mean, this is all predicated on the fact that one, my parents are invited. Two, that they could add me and potentially some guards as, protection to the accepted list, and then three, that they're even willing to.
But that
consider
story,
this.
like, I don't know. Your dad's I think he's a high general in the army or in the military.
He's
why
up
would-
there.
Why would he need guards if he's a soldier? You know?
Just because you're very good at fighting doesn't mean you can't use protection.
Hmm.
I mean, you could be the strongest fighter in the world if the choice is to have a shield or not have a shield. I think you take a shield, yeah.
Better target
Not
to
me, no.
assassinate. If you're trying to kill someone important, then you're gonna go for the general.
Plus, it
Okay,
just
that's,
helps
okay,
to
no,
have,
that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
plus it just helps if someone to take the hit for you. Anyway, my point being, I would need to talk to my parents about this, but we need to decide: is this the plan that we want to go with, And
I
at
don't.
least
I don't know. I'm getting like the burbles in my stomach.
Do you want to
I
go
don't feel
outside
good
for fresh
about-
air?
Come
Come on, let's go. Come on.
She just starts to push her. She just stands up and just goes to head outside. She's just like,
well,
All right. So Nemeron and Wrena walk out. Zavrin, Navari, it's starting to get close to time for you to start making your way.
Navari will finish her breakfast beer and just sort of slam the stein down the table and says, well, Wrena, whatever you decide, I've got your back, but
Brennan walked
I'm not
outside.
exactly the most delicate. So when you need something kicked or stabbed or fought, just let me know.
Rena's
Oh.
literally like sort of squatted down outside the door, all like 6 foot of her, and she's just like squatted down, like arms around her knees, and she's just like
Rocking.
like trying to breathe.
All right. So
All right.
Navari, you head out and pass by Wrena, telling her this.
Yeah.
Zavrin, is there anything you wanted to do before you head out?
Well, don't do anything that Navarre and I would do.
would do, yeah, no, that goes without saying.
All right. So you.
Be
But
safe.
be safe out there, you two, and let's, I guess, meet you up back here when you're done. We'll figure out what our plan is from there.
I'll go back after like comforting right now. I'll go back inside and pay for another 3 nights stay at the Ivory Steed, I think it was called.
Okay. So I think I said it was like 2 silver a night or something like that. So
Yeah, I was giving another gold
per,
just as an extra tip.
it's like per room, I think 2 silver per room. So and you had
silver,
6 silver a night,
and then a 4 silver tip.
Yeah.
right? Because you got 3 rooms.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah. So 6
Yeah.
silver a night. So for 3 nights, that's 18 silver. So what do you give? Like 2 gold?
That's fine.
Okay. So you give 2 gold, and the proprietor just gives you a nod and lets you go about your business. Navari and Zavrin head off to their final day of community service. You guys do know that at the end of your shift, you are to go back to the guardhouse or the guard station that you originally were sentenced at, so that you could have the anklet bracelets like removed from you and everything like that, so that they can officially, like, you could officially sign off that you completed your sentence and everything like that. So we can say, like, at the end of the day, once you're done, you head there first, you get that taken care of.
How come they get their ankle bracelets off, but I still gotta wear
Excuse me.
mine?
Because they didn't release a
War
war
crime.
criminal.
Sorry.
What are you talking about? It's like having Hitler in prison and then being like, "Whoa, you're a nice guy. Thanks, bye." You
I've
know?
done so much for the community.
Yeah. So yeah, no, you
The wrong one.
You
Sorry.
so I'll just say that for you guys, but you can definitely meet up once you've done that. Okay. So the rest of you, Rena's outside, Nemeron's kind of comforting her, Oriana, Artemis kind of finishes, and he's just like, "So what are we doing today?"
Well, I need to go talk to my parents. So I'll tell you what, Wrena, you 3 come up with some ideas of both how we could potentially get you in,
Oh no.
or if you have some other idea of something that we could do while the banquet is going on. I will find out more information about it and come back to you guys with that information. That way we can actually make a plan instead of just talking about, well, what about this plan or this plan or this, you know.
Okay.
Artemis, I'd
Okay.
invite you to come along, but I don't think my father particularly likes you.
It's okay.
I don't think your father likes any of one of us.
We'll figure it out. We'll find a way for you guys to show off your better features, as opposed to our frayed nerves in the middle of a crisis features.
I'm
Alright.
still a little iffy on you going by yourself, but it's okay.
My parents' house?
I'm a paranoid person. I'm sorry. Just kept me alive.
She'll be fine.
Okay.
What's he going to do? Arrest me? Oh shit, he might actually do it.
So Oriana, you start walking off towards your parents' manor?
Yep.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing? What are the three of you guys doing? Nemron, Wrena, Artemis. Artemis is just kind of like looking at you, Wrena, expectantly. Well, you helped me with my family, so what can I do for you?
That was easier than this. I don't know what to do.
How was it
I mean-
easier?
Because it is. All we had to do was fight stuff with your situation, and this just feels harder because it's my situation.
Kind of had to work with a king, didn't we?
Yeah, but that wasn't that bad. It was ultimately just a talk kind of situation, and I don't know how this is going to go.
Well, I
Have
mean,
any
if-
ideas?
No, this is the problem. I don't do problem solving. I don't even know if my brother's here. I haven't even seen him and know if he's in the city. I do want to take Cal down, but ultimately my main goal is to see my brother, and I don't even know if he is here.
Have you asked your ancestors if his connection is still open?
No.
I mean, I don't see why they
Makes
wouldn't help.
sense.
You guys are descendants.
So I think I should try to
The-
see if
the
my
res-
ancestors will tell me anything.
I mean, if you call them, they're going to answer. They do that for you in battle. Why wouldn't they do that with here?
It's not the same situation. I haven't heard the voice of the ancestors as true voices in a long time.
Then it's your turn to reach out then.
It's not like a deity. It doesn't work like that. I mean, I can ask for guidance maybe, and they might tell me, hey, this might be a good idea, but it's not like words. It's not like they're going to say, hey, if you go here, then, you will find what you're needing to find. It doesn't work like that. It's, hey, I have an idea. Will this work? And they'll be like, yeah, that might work. And even then, it might not work. So I don't. I mean,
Okay.
I could possibly maybe have an ancestor pop into Cal's house and have them look around a little bit, but it would only be in like one specific spot, and it wouldn't be indefinite. And I don't know if that is considered crossing the line and not doing things the right way. It's hard to do things the right way.
It's hard to do things the right way when you're being scrutinized.
Should we go to the guards and tell them that we talked to Cade and we're trying to investigate something so that they at least know that we are doing that? Because the last thing I want to do is piss off the guards again on the tail end of us pissing off the guards.
I can speak to Avandra if you want. I have a spell
Ooh.
where I can ask her questions. Maybe I could ask her if your brother's in the city or something.
You could do that?
Yeah.
How many questions do you have?
3.
How vague?
It has to be yes or no, and she can say that it's uncertain or she doesn't know. But I think something as simple as is your brother's name Connie, right? Is Connie in the city? I think she'd probably be able to do that.
Is Connie? So you could ask: Is Connie in the city? Is Connie still one of the blessed?
I could do that.
And
Will Cal be leaving the next few days? We need to at least know a time limit.
he won't give a
I can
time
ask
limit.
those-
It's yes or no.
But as long as the next few,
Will Cal
leave
stay in the
will
city
it-
for a few days?
for the next 3 days? If they say yes,
Okay.
cool. We have 3 days to do this.
Does
If not, then
Does that work? Because honestly, if he's one of the blessed, that tells me a lot about
Okay.
his.
So are those the 3
Moral
questions you
standing.
want?
I think.
I don't know about the
Do you
third one.
think-
Oh no.
No, that's what I said. If we're asking if he is in the city, if he is still one of the blessed, and is Cal going to be staying in the city for
The next 3 days?
the next 3 days?
Okay. Well, if you'll just it takes a few minutes. So I have to go back to the room because I kind of don't want to do it out here. It takes about a minute to do,
Okay.
and then of
Okay,
course
okay,
I'm
okay.
gonna be asking the questions. So it's kind of weird for me to do it right here in the street.
I may
Yeah.
I may also see if I can ask my ancestors if notifying the guards of the city is a good idea or a bad idea.
Okay, well, why don't we
Give me some
both
guidance
do it
there.
together, and then we can
Okay.
get both done at the same
Okay,
time.
we can do
Let's
that.
do this.
All
Okay.
right.
Oh, I just imagine them holding hands.
Yeah, Artemis takes Wrena's hand and like swings it as he We're off to see the wizard. You head to your room. You head to one of the rooms because you don't need all of them at this time. But you head to one of the rooms, and Artemis begins to set up sort of his commune sort of circle. Takes out some incense and begins to burn it. Pours a little bit of holy water sort of in a circle around him and kind of like sits down and like takes a deep breath to begin the commune. After the minute, he's kind of taken away. You guys are just watching as he's just kind of like sitting there meditating. But Artemis feels sort of this light breeze blowing and feels the blades of grass against his skin, and feels like he's in a wide open field. And he asks, is Connie here in Riverend right now? And for a moment, nothing, but then feels sort of this warm breeze with the smell of like baking bread waft by him, that he knows indicates yes. Then he asks, is he one of the blessed still? And waits a moment and feels that same breeze again, warm, inviting, carrying a waft of cooking meats and stews, saying yes. And then he asks, is he going to be in the city for at least the next 3 days? And at that, he gets a warm breeze, but just the smell of like forest and grass and nature, indicating to him uncertain. It's unknown. But he finishes his commune. At the same time, I assume, Wrena, you're also doing yours. So what are you doing?
So I take my specially marked sticks out of my bag, and I'm casting augury.
Your special sticks.
My special sticks.
All right.
And I am essentially asking whether or not going to the guards and informing them of this investigation, or how would I word this? Like, is notifying the guards a good idea that we're working on this, or should we get their permission? Like, I don't know how I'm gonna word this. Should we bring the guards into this investigation?
Yeah,
Like,
okay.
will that be a
What yeah,
good
you're
thing or
asking
a
like
bad
the
thing?
course of action if we inform the guards that we're looking into, like, what would you say, like that you're looking into Cal?
Essentially, like that we spoke to.
That you suspect that there's something going on with
Yes,
him and you're looking
that-
into it.
Yeah.
Okay. Just trying to think here. So you take the minute and you take your sticks, and you sort of place them out, and you sit there and your sticks are kind of like marked with like similar to the little tokens that you make for people that you know. They're kind of like marked with ancestors that you know to have been before you, and you place them out. And as you open your eyes, you see the sort of spectral visages of these ancestors. Probably about 4 of them sitting in front of you. Two women, 2 men, and they kind of look at you, and they kind of just they stare at you, and you just get the set, like you ask them this, and one of the men just says, information is information. There is no tipping point on either side. And you hear one of the women speak, and she just says, there is no help to be had, but not necessarily any ill tidings either. You see the other one speak, and he says, you must decide your choices. This does not tip you in one way, in one direction or another. Simply continues your path forward. And then the final just says, you wish to continue by the book of the law, but information or not, you have not broken any law yet. And basically from their answers, you get the sense nothing. There's no good or bad to come from this. Based on what you asked. And you watch as the spectral forms sort of fade and kind of like almost like suck back into the sticks before disappearing.
Wrena picks up the sticks and just goes and puts them back in her bag.
And we all saw that manifestation.
You did
first.
not.
Okay, just making sure.
You just saw 4 sticks, and her
Okay.
similar to what you seeing Artemis just sitting there and meditating. You don't even hear him speak his questions. You just see him sitting there meditating. And then he wakes up from it. Similar to Wrena, you see her kind of go into what I will say is when she does this, you see her other eye go white.
Okay.
As if she's like in a trance somewhere else. But you don't see or hear any of this. And then and then her eyes come back. Her eye comes back clear, and she's back with you. And about at the same time, because it takes a minute for both to cast, Artemis turns and he says, well, I have some answers. Connie is here.
Better than mine. What? He is?
He's here in the city somewhere. I don't know where, but he's definitely here. He's still blessed, for whatever that means. And I didn't get an answer on whether Kel will still be here within 3 days. Avandra was uncertain as to if he would still be or not. Doesn't mean he won't be, but it doesn't mean he will be. I guess it depends on how things go and what happens, or maybe she just can't get a read on him because he's got a lot of things going on and hasn't made a choice yet. I don't know.
I mean, I'm sure seeing Wrena, seeing you here kind of may have expedited his plans a little more.
Perhaps.
What did the ancestors tell you?
Nothing super useful. They basically said it's not good, it's not bad.
My only concern is that if we were to tell the guards, who knows how far back that inquiry is going to go and maybe get to his ears.
Well, Kate knows we're investigating, but he's not in charge of the guard, right? And we told them we wanted to go about it the right way. And that's not by
Make
hiding our
a
intentions, right?
make a history check for this. All of you can. I'll do one
Oh.
for Artemis.
He
Again,
studied.
You were here for this.
Woohoo! Not 20.
Nice.
Natural 20. Okay, amazing. For Artemis, just in case. A 14. Okay. Wrena, with a natural 20 for 24. Kate is in charge of everything, like militaristic and like fighting presence. He is the strength of the triumvirate. He basically, like, what he says goes everywhere. He doesn't specifically have his hands in the city guard. He's too high for that. But if he needed to, and he was like, "You're gonna go do this," people would listen. He basically owns Oriana's father. He is high above everyone. The only person sort of he kind of doesn't beat is Alexander himself. But even then, there is like it's almost like a mutual relationship between Alexander, Cade, and Ileana. But they kind of override each other in certain respects when certain things happen. So
the fact that we already told him we intend to investigate this in the right way would
he knows
be
that
like...
that's why he helped you. Like, he basically in no such words told you he's hosting this bank. Like, he didn't have to tell you that.
Right.
Him giving you that
makes more sense
information
now.
was basically like, hint, here's an opportunity for you to do what you need to do. He just can't, he can't himself kind of help you lead this, because he also has to be very careful, and he knows what a viper's nest this place can be, especially given his position. But he wasn't against you doing so. He just told you to be very careful about it, and to make sure that if you did do something, you had the weight to back it up, and you did it properly. Because he basically said, if you go about this in the wrong way, especially for someone who is in the judicial system, running a prison, they know how to twist the law to their favor. And so if you get evidence unsanctioned wise, or have a way of like doing it without and you get caught for it, for instance, that evidence can be thrown out in court. It's like trying to go in a murder case and like botching your forensic kit or something like that and fucking it all up. Like, the person's gonna get off scot-free. So he was just saying, like, however you do this, just be careful, because he will know how to twist things in his favor if he needs to. And so just be smart about it. But he didn't, you didn't get the sense that he was going to go tell on you, or he was going to stop you, or anything like that. And he basically said, like, if you can get me something, I will help you. I just cannot help you with your word. Your word, my hands are tied. All you have is your word of this. I have not seen any of this.
All right. So I feel like Cade offering this information, that trying at least to get into that banquet, is a good idea, but at the same time we need some sort of hard evidence that he is doing what he is doing. I don't know if they keep a record or a books or anything like that about the actual fight itself. I don't remember. When we fought in it, how did they record?
They have the bookkeeper. They have the bookies. Like, wasn't Marin one of? I mean, Marin has to keep a record of who comes in and who comes out. I'm sure they don't keep, like, oh, this person was taken from Theladon, or, you know, I'm sure they don't have. But
I don't know. Another question is, what did they do with the people who die in the rending? Where are those bodies?
DM, I have a question. When we went to go see Marin the first time at the rending, it was the one we went to, but it was closed off, right?
Yeah, that's like, that area is not there anymore.
Okay. And when we went that time, was Jacoba alive?
No.
Or no?
He was already dead. Like, when you got there, Jacoba had already been had already been killed.
Okay.
Connie was already gone.
And Marin was the only one left.
And Marin was very badly injured and had now become like a worker for the underground.
Okay.
Helping.
And she was no longer one of the blessed.
She had
the
lost
blessing
the
had left her.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if they would keep like a grave or like maybe like a mass grave here or pauper's grave.
There are catacombs. Would they have hidden them in the catacombs somewhere? Right?
A catacomb means that you were important. You have a designated place. These were people that were kidnapped. They would just
Well,
throw them in the
that's not
ground, let them to fester.
It's not necessarily true. There are people that fight in the rending for clout because they want to earn a name. That is not our way. That is not what
when
we
you
do.
die, but if you die in the rending, you're disgraced and you're
No, that's not. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about my people.
Oh.
My people specifically. We do not chase clout. We do not chase riches and money. It's not the goal behind why we do what we do and why we open ourselves up to the ancestors to be able to help us in battle. It is to be able to help and to assist others and to protect those that cannot protect themselves. So the fact that Marin lost the blessing, that is her shame, because she let herself and her goals and things change her so much that the blessing left her. The fact that Connie still is one of the blessed tells me a lot about his, at least what he holds important still. So whether he has decided that he is still thinking that he is doing something right, if he believes that he is still following the teachings of our people, then the blessing would not have left him. I don't know that that means that he has not in some way misguided or that his current situation is not by his choice. I don't know, but it gives me things to think about, because had they told me that the blessing had left him, that would tell me that Connie may have turned his back on the people willingly in such a way that he wanted to be famous, that he wanted to fight and have the money, have the name for himself.
Can I ask you a very... this is going to be very invasive, and I'm really sorry. How old were both you and him when he was taken? I'm sorry. It'll help at least set a timeline.
I was 15.
Okay.
When he was taken, and he is 6 years my senior.
So he was 21.
Mm-hmm.
So he wasn't a little kid. Okay.
No, he was an adult.
Do you think maybe he swapped places with you?
What do you mean?
I mean, if he hasn't lost the blood, if the Arvishani specifically fight to protect those they love or those who can't fight for themselves, maybe he let himself be taken instead of you.
I wasn't one of the blessed at the time.
But you had the potential to be.
Everybody in the Arvishani has potential to be one of the blessed, but whether they can undergo the rite of reflection is another matter.
Was your brother already a blessed?
He was already a blessed. That's why he was taken. He, Jacoba, and Marin were blessed. Cal essentially wanted to take those that were blessed and have them fight in the rending, because we have the potential to win because of the assistance that we have and the guidance that we have. It is like putting a small army into a ring with someone who has no additional guidance. It would, in some way, have been rigged.
But think about it this way. If he did want you and your brother did swap places for you, you were a molded piece of clay. He could have shaped you whatever he wanted you to be. But your brother may have convinced him, saying, hey, no, I'm the stronger one, leave her alone.
I don't even know if he knows that I am one of the blessed now. I have not seen him since he was taken.
I mean...
But I understand, but my thing is I was never meant to undergo the rite of reflection. I did it in response to what happened to my family and to our people, because we needed someone to be able to communicate and be able to be one of the blessed, so that there would not be none left.
Okay.
It was not ever supposed to be my life. I was not slotted to be the leader of the Arvashani. That was always Kani. He was the one who was being trained by our father to be taught to lead our people, to know the rituals and the things that, the leader of the Arvashani has to know. I do not know those things because I was not trained.
You were never meant to be that.
I was never meant to be that. I was supposed to marry Theron. And then that was what I was supposed to do. Marry Theron and just be one of the people. Yes, I had the potential to undergo the rite. It was the potential rite of passage.
It was a
for
possibility
one who
for
had
you.
the blood of the Arvashani chief, but I didn't. I was never supposed to be one of the blessed. That was something that I underwent as a choice because I knew that someone had to be able to go after the others.
Okay.
We still have other warriors in our tribe. They're the ones who protect the people now.
But it's you and your brother that are left
Yeah.
of the bloodline.
Correct. And with,
Well,
I mean, I'm not knowledgeable of all of these
Okay.
special rituals for those who are not of the blood to undergo the rites. That is one of the reasons I need to find Kani,
okay.
because without him and without his knowledge, I don't know how to do the rites for people who are not Arvashani blood.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I know it's a lot of information,
no.
but I mean, it's one of the reasons why there's so many questions and why I just want to at least talk to my brother. Regardless of what happens with Cal, yes, I do want to see him burn, in lack of better words, but ultimately, I want to know that Kani is okay, even if he's in this place where he may not be there by his choice.
I mean, he's in the
Or
city
by
and he's
his
still
choice,
one of the
like you said,
blessed.
I don't know. Right.
So that at least gives you some hope or some possibility.
Right. It's more than I've known for a long time, and something I've wondered about for a long time, especially after seeing Marin losing her mark. And I know, knowing who Jacoba was, that the Connie that I knew, that would have torn him apart.
Do you want to? I kind of feel like going back to the old rending arena, or at least the lobby. Maybe. I mean, I know you were in there earlier, but maybe there's something we missed.
Maybe we can. I mean, I know that we tried to look for Marin, but we weren't able to find her. As you said, she still is involved with the rending. Maybe she knows where it's going on right now.
I mean,
But
are you okay with heading back there to the?
there was nothing there when we looked before. There was nothing. They must have moved it, which would make sense if they're trying to keep something a secret, because once those rumors start flying, the last thing they want is that getting back somewhere. Because I guarantee you, there are certainly the guards that probably know what he is doing and are keeping this secret, maybe because they are also making money from it. I don't know. But there could be more than just Cal's corruption. There could be corruption in some of the guards. But I don't know. I mean, it's
it's a lot.
I don't know what to do. I'm overwhelmed a little bit. I don't know. I mean, like I said, this is more information that I've had in a long time. And I don't even know what I'm going to do if we do end up getting into the banquet and Oriana ends up being able to get us into the banquet. What am I going to do? Just sit there and stare at Cal? I mean, what information am I going to be able to discern? Am I a distraction for the rest of you to be trying to mingle and talk to people? I don't know, but I am not one for eloquent, high-end conversations. That is people who
That's
are...
Oriana's specialty.
It's Oriana. I mean, someone who's silver-tongued.
And Zavrin.
You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, Zavrin, Nivari, Oriana, like, they're good at talking. I am not a talker. And I don't know. I feel like I'm being picked up and thrown into unfamiliar circumstances with this bait dangling in front of my face and just waiting for me to fail.
You want to walk to maybe like around the Dragonstone Citadel. Maybe if we just near his house, maybe. At least we'll have clear mind, and maybe we'll
You
find
said you
something on
did
the way.
want to do some surveillance. We could at least do
Yeah.
that. See what's happening around there. No one's gonna arrest us for just walking around.
For loitering? Is that
I
the
mean, we're
thing?
walking the area. I don't think we're
Alright.
loitering. Would be
Well,
us sitting
I-
there and watching it for 4 hours at a time. But
Like I said, I don't know whether or not Kami even has free reign to walk around.
Well,
or
how
if
about
he's
this?
being held somewhere. I don't know if even going there if we're going to see anything because Cal's guards are covered from like head to toe.
Let's start off small. How about we go there, find out all the entrances and exits. That way, if things go to shit, which most likely they will, we know where we need to go to get out. That's step one.
Alright.
Opening a back door so we can leave. And
Wrena
then
just kind of she reaches out and like just kind of takes Artemis's hand and Nemron's hand and just kind of gives them both a squeeze and just says, I'm grateful for you guys.
I'm happy to help you in whatever way I can. And like Nemeron said, we can just start small, and maybe we'll get more information as we go about, and then we can decide from there.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry I seem so
No.
indecisive right now. I'm just it's a long time coming. It's a little overwhelming.
you're looking at the one who always decides to go to the library for answers. It's okay.
Also, look at how Oriana acted when it was her mother.
That's true.
And I'll tell you the same thing I told her. You acting on emotions is you doing the right thing in the moment. There's nothing wrong with that. But you have a much more level head. I will say that.
I can't I mean I wasn't level headed when I saw Cal, to be honest. And you saw
You
I
did what
ran after him and
you did what you thought was right in the moment. You can't
I
blame yourself for
did
that.
what I felt I wanted
Exactly.
to do in that moment. It doesn't mean that I was thinking logically.
It doesn't matter. You can't blame yourself for that. Don't blame yourself for that. I don't blame you. I ran after you.
But he saw me. If
That's
I had
okay.
just been calm and not chased after him, he would not have seen me.
Is that another
you're okay.
dagger? Yeah. Is that another dagger pointing at us when we go face him? Sure. But that doesn't mean
Also,
matter-
you said
no
he
matter
saw you, and nothing's happened in the last couple of days. So
He
maybe
smiled at me like he was.
just saying,
when-
if he wanted to come
amused.
after you or attack you or something like that, he could have done it, right?
yeah, like when someone has the upper hand, they'll tease you as much as they want to.
It's like a cat, like just staring down a mouse that just says, "You
When
can't
we were in
touch me,"
Belladon
and that
with
pisses
Aaron.
me off. And you see her eye kind of flare a little bit when she says that.
Well, let's
So,
go see if we can
Yeah.
get the upper hand on him. Sometimes a mouse can be quite smart.
And sneaky. That's the important thing.
Well, we have a sneaky horns.
Oh
We
god,
need
that was
good
so
serv-
amazing.
If we need surveillance done, I know I can count on horns.
So how about this? The three of us do far away surveillance, and if we need someone to sneak their way in, Navari can help you out with that.
Exactly, and we can give her information. Perhaps we're
Yeah.
gonna learn some stuff.
All right, let's try not to get ourselves into trouble. The last thing I want to do is have
An ankle bracelet on your leg.
I'm not worried about me. I don't want you all to pay the price for something that is ultimately my issue.
A problem shared is a problem cut in half. It's less weight on your shoulders to bear. It's okay.
But it shouldn't have to be.
It's-
Golden. That's all I'm saying.
No.
I'm sorry.
And I'll just loop my arm around Wrena, like around Rena's. Come on. No, I'll like tug her along.
So will Artemis like grab your hand from below and
All
Okay.
right.
let's go. All right. As the lion, the scarecrow, and the tin man head off down the Yellow Brick Road, we'll cut over to Oriana. You make your way to your estate easily enough. Get yourself in through the buzzer. Your chamberlain, Kieran, lets you in, and he just says, Miss Oriana, your mother has returned home, thankfully unharmed, so there's no worries needed. But please, come in, come in. It's good to have you.
Thank you. No, I'll go in.
Okay.
Only having a mild panic attack.
Okay. Where are you heading?
I will. Well, I guess the conservatory is the closest. I'll try and see if she's there, and then if not there, I'll go to her room.
Okay. You go to the conservatory. It is currently empty. But you make your way up towards her room, and you see she is inside, getting herself ready for the day. And as you're announced, because one of the servants would show you to her room, knock on the door, and she turns over and she says, Oriana, you made it back safely. This is good. This is good. What can I do for you today?
Well, I wanted to make sure you were okay, and that,
I am. I have
everything...
meetings to deal with today, but I should be okay to handle some.
Is father here? Does he know you're back?
Oh, he's having breakfast, I believe, in the parlor. So you are welcome to speak with him. He had some questions, and I do too, I think. But he is there if you wish to speak.
Well, if you're alright with it, then perhaps we should head down together and we can address any questions and issues.
Yes. Let me just finish getting ready. And she
Yes, of
finishes
course.
putting on her earrings and a necklace, and sort of primps herself for a moment, looks at herself and says, okay, well, let us go. I should have something to eat before I have to get into all-day meetings. It's been a while since I've had to deal with this. Please. And she kind of lets you go forward, and you all head your way down to sort of that dining parlor area where you all usually eat breakfast. And you step inside, and you see your father sitting at the head of the table, a few servants sort of moving around, pouring him coffee or taking plates away or things like that, getting a plate ready for your mother. He's there, looks to be working on some kind of papers, and he looks up as the two of you step in, and he scoots back his chair and stands and nods at your mother, and he says, Oriana, it is good to see you here. Without your friends, also good.
Yes, and per your request, father, they are not staying in the mansion.
That is good. You still know how to respect your parents. Sometimes, at least. Please, both of you, sit down. As there is breakfast, and of course, we all have long days, I'm sure. So it would be good to have a positive start, at least. And he sits back in his chair and scoots back forward and continues looking over his work for a minute as your mother takes a chair beside him and sits down. She says, "Dear, I believe Oriana wants to speak with us about things." Yes, of course. Let me just finish with this, and then I will put it out of sight so that we can have a conversation. And he just finishes a few more, reads over a few more things, makes a few marks on the paper as you get yourself settled at the table as well. Food gets placed in front of you, morning drinks and things like that. And eventually he puts everything in a pile, gathers it up, straightens it, places it over to the side. And then he turns to look at you. He says, "What exactly would you like to talk about, Oriana?"
Well, father, I know that you and mother probably have many questions, and I would love to answer them to the best of my ability, but I do also come on business, so to speak.
I see. So you run away from home, you get labeled a war criminal, you come back months later with no contact to us. You then come to the city, break many laws. After being released, thanks to Cade, and still are given clemency. And then you go off again and come back, break more laws with no explanation to me. Have your friends disrespect me to my face. Allow it. And then you want to come here on business. Is that correct? Please tell me if that is correct.
Father, I know that.
And you see your mother, and she's kind of like putting her hand, and he's like, I am a calm man. I have to deal with many problems in my career. But my patience only goes so far.
I know, Father, and I have not been. I have not been operating at my best. I am the first person to admit it. I am the most critical of my own failures and shortcomings.
So, instead of you asking something of me, why don't you explain your behaviors? Why don't you give something instead of trying to take?
That is fair. That is fair. What do you need to know, Father?
Why did you release the war criminal? Why did you not come to me? Why did you not ask your mother or I anything? I have never taken a strong hand to you, Oriana. I've always been fair with you. I know I have not been around a lot. It is the nature of my job, and I am sorry. But I have never made myself one who would not listen to you. I have always listened to you.
I know.
Why do that and then run? Why not come to us? We have always been here for you.
I know, and I can never apologize enough for my actions. That day and the days leading up to it and after it. And I thought incorrectly that my life was being decided for me. And I let the honeyed words of a scoundrel and a truly depraved individual influence me more than they should have. I don't know why I believed his words. I can't tell you. Looking back, I feel so foolish. I feel so ridiculous.
Did your mother or I do something to hurt you so that you felt that we were untrustworthy, that we would punish you in some way, that we would harm you?
No. Never that. My fears stemmed from hate. I thought that my life was being decided for me, and that therefore, in order to choose my own path, I needed a way out. And Damien's words, they were exactly what I needed to hear, I guess, is the best way to describe it, because he preyed upon my fears. He encouraged these ideas that Mom was trying to marry me off, that Damien or that kid would not let me live my own life if I were to stay in River.
Felben is very conniving, manipulative individual. It's difficult to capture, and he will be difficult to find again. But I don't fault you for falling for his ways. Many stronger than you. At the time, you were a young girl. Been fooled. Just thought we gave you enough of a foundation that you would feel comfortable enough to come to us.
And I should have. I don't know why I didn't. I berate myself every night thinking of how stupid and naive I was. I second guess my own decisions sometimes, because this was not even a year ago that this happened, and even though I've learned so much and can understand so much more, I still wonder if I am being that naive little girl. I should have come to you. I should have come to both of you. I should have been more open to what Mom was trying to do. But
Okay. So you leave. But you came back. You were given a second chance. And rather than do the right things this time, you and your friends decide to circumvent our loss one more time. And get in trouble for it. I know since you have done some work to make up for some of your mistakes, which is why you are not currently punished. But I don't understand your thinking anymore. Is it you just feel like you are above law? That your thought and intuition are always the correct path, and therefore everyone should get out of your way and allow you to do what you want?
I've been attempting and failing for the most part to understand what it means to be a leader, to be someone who can inspire people and who can lead people to greatness.
And you think that means you dictate and decide every course of action, and everything has to come from your mouth, and you have to do everything yourself? Is that what you think a leader is? Because I can tell you, you are wildly mistaken.
I know.
A leader listens. A leader knows what their strengths and their weaknesses are. A leader knows where their boundaries are set, knows when to cross them, when to use them, when to collaborate. But okay, so you make a mistake again, and you are punished for it, but you make up for it by going to Emberhold with your friends. You do a good job. You are rewarded. You are given more freedom by the triumvirate, and told that the only request is when you are called upon to help with Damien, you will be an asset to us to help us. But then you come back to our city, and you decide again that you are above the law. And you step on every toe and basically tell every other leader where they can go because you are right. Because it's your mother. Because you are the only one who can solve the problem.
These last few days, I did not act as a leader. I did not act as a competent, functional member of society, and I am the first to acknowledge and admit that. After years of perceiving Mother in such a horrid light, and getting a chance and an opportunity to make things right, having her go missing, and knowing that I had the power and potentially skills to find her and make sure she is safe, I could not sit idly. I had to act. I knew it was wrong. But I also knew that if I sat in my room and waited, and she ended up being lost forever, that I would never forgive myself.
But who told you to sit? Who told you to wait? No one. You learned of the issue and called no one. Told no one. Until it was so late that we stepped in. And then wanted more leniency to continue your own brand of justice and law. Maybe your issue, Oriana, is that you're trying to be a leader when you are still a young girl. You are young. You have so much of your life ahead of you. How about you learn to follow before you learn to lead? That is what makes the best leaders. I did not start out as High General. I started out as a foot soldier in the army. I learned how to take direction. I learned how to listen. I learned how to listen to things even I did not want to follow sometimes, but trust in those above me. I learned how to be disciplined. And through lots of diligence, my merits allowed me to grow, allowed me to command forces, and then command more. The fact that my wife, and he turns to your mother, who I love very dearly, with all my heart, who I would take a blade for any day, at any time. Who I would give up this badge for. And he takes off the high general sort of pin that he wears and places it down. That she was in danger, and I still did not overtake the boundaries of the law in front of me. That I respected my peers to do what needed to be done. You do realize this is why society works. If everyone just did whatever they wanted, we'd live in a pretty anarchistic, chaotic world. I guarantee you it would not be pleasant. So for you to decide that you are above it all just tells me that you are still learning and you are still young. But I appreciate you explaining. I've been waiting for many, many months to hear from your words why you made the choices you did. Right. Well, you are, of course, my daughter, and I still love you, and I will not hold your mistakes over your head and punish you for them. I think you've had to deal with that enough from other people. It is out of my hands now to slap you on the hand or wag my finger at you when you make a mistake. You are becoming an adult. You will get this feedback from others. But, and he picks up the pin again and places it on his jacket. Now, it is good to have you back. I know your mother has said that you are very busy with this group of misfits that you seem to travel with. As long as they are good to you, then I am happy for you. I perhaps do not like them much myself, but I am not going to tell you who you can or cannot spend your time with. That is your choice. I hope that they influence you in the right ways going forward, but I am not here to.
You caught them at a bad time, I'm afraid, but hopefully they'll be able to make a better second impression.
Perhaps if we meet in some capacity in the future, I will be cordial and respectful. I just do not want them in my home.
It's fair. It's fair.
Respect is earned, not given, and I feel that they need to earn it back. Is there anything else you wish to talk about? I do have a busy day, and I will have to get moving. But you wish to talk more, or and he turns to your mother and she says, I don't know. I don't know if there is anything else. I am also busy, Oriana. You know, I am happy to help you in any way I can. But given the last couple of days, I have been a little bit underwater and need to handle some business with the opera house and our new star, which is a bit slippery. So,
Well, my friends are going
what's-
to love to find out where I get my humor from.
Yes, well, I do perform for a living, so I have to keep my wit sharp. So, is there anything else your father or I could do for you?
Actually, yes. One of my friends were trying to track down some of her family. Um, we believe one Caloran Volstadt, the High Warden of Blackstone Keep, may be connected somehow.
You see your father's eyebrows like furrow for a second. Cal, what is your friend's family a criminal?
No, well, not in that sense, I guess.
I mean, it's a pretty cut and dry thing, Oriana. You've either broken the law and you've been arrested and convicted, or you have not, and you are free to go about your business. Cal is the High Overseer, and he looks after the prison, and the prison generally holds our most notorious criminals and those who have broken some of our strictest laws. So,
what if hypothetically someone takes you under their own power and forces you into an arrangement which, by the law, is technically illegal, whether you wish to be involved or not, though? Is that...
that is
them
illegal, of course. Yes. If someone blackmails someone somehow and forces them to do their bidding, blackmail is quite punishable.
Well, it's just a lead right now.
You
we're
believe
trying...
Cal is blackmailing one of your friend's family?
A little bit more than that, but we're trying to find out not only the truth, but evidence, if we can find it.
Well, you would need that, because I have no understanding of this kind of behavior. I work in his circles. I have not heard any kind of information in this regard. It's not to say that there are not political dealings that happen all over our city, and I know that the Triumvirate is doing their best to weed a lot of it out, but as was seen with the tomb, sometimes things get by even the best of us. So I will not completely strike you from the record for saying any of this stuff, but you will need evidence.
We intend to find it. We're not seeking...
I hope you do this the right way, Oriana, because unlike breaking into an opera house and fiddling with a small investigation in some underground catacombs that did not harm anyone, if you try to pin something on a high official of the government, as a wanted person who's still working off her own sentence, and given some of the recent things your own group has been involved in, it could be very, very bad for you. So I would be very careful in how you approach this.
I understand. And we are going to do our best to stay within the confines of the law at every stage. This isn't a case of vigilante justice or anything of that nature. We're just trying to find what we could use to free her family and to give it to the people who can handle this through the law.
Okay.
As luck would have it, Cade mentioned when we told him about this that there was to be a banquet hosted by him, I believe.
Yes, he is having as the High Overseer, he handles a lot of information as well as deals with many issues that arise from many of these criminals around Atril and wider in the world. he actually extradites some of our criminals who have attempted to cross borders and leave our country. So he is traveling quite a bit. Yearly, he will have one of these banquets to inform us of all of the things he has done. He talks about those that have been rehabilitated and reinstated into the military or other areas of Atru. He has quite a good record, actually, of that, which is why it is surprising to hear you say that he might be having ill dealings with someone. But, well, yes, we will be heading to this banquet tomorrow evening, I believe. It's when it happens.
Would it be possible for myself and one or two of my friends to go as well? I understand that this is asking a lot, Father. I don't.
It's not. I mean, it is funny in this context because of what you have just gone through and what our city knows about you and everything that I've had to deal with. But that is not. It is funny also because it is mainly for high officials. I am bringing your mother as my +1, of course, and it would be strange if I did not. I could potentially see if I could get you a pass as my daughter, since you are back. I can't say that you would have the warmest reception as my daughter, given all of the things that have happened. But, like I said, there is a mix of positive and negative things that have happened in your wake. But I could potentially get you to come as a +2. As for your friends, I am not sure. 2 of your friends recently broke laws, are finishing up their service to the community for the laws that they broke. I don't think that they would be very welcome coming into a banquet with the triumvirate and other dignitaries and diplomats and high officials from our government. To be honest, the little one that spoke to me with disrespect, I don't have any inkling to want to get him into the banquet either. So that leaves your other friend, the tall one. She seemed quite level-headed and attempted to speak with me and attempted to save face for your group. I respect that. I respect a fellow warrior. But again, I perhaps maybe could try. But I cannot guarantee. I can't even guarantee your +2. I could maybe get her in. But she would need to be leaving everything behind in terms of weaponry and anything that you bring with you. This is a banquet. It will be guarded heavily by forces of the military and our city. Everyone going is going as a civilian.
Understandable.
But I will try today to see what I can do. Like I said, I'm busy, but I will see if I can get a ticket or 2. As for the rest of your group, you will have to try to find other ways. Perhaps, if I am unable to get you in, maybe Cade could take you as his +1, if he is not bringing someone himself. I do not know these days. You kind of left him high and dry, and he is a busy man.
We're trying to make it. We're trying to
Yes.
see where it leads.
I see, but you are gone most of the time. He is a man. I'm sure there are plenty of people in the city that vie for his attention. Like I said, I am sure he is being pleasant with you, as he is a good man. I believe this. But you are not exclusive, so a man.
I will see about asking him, and if
Unless you're
I
trying to get on that.
find
In
any-
which, good luck, Oriana. But maybe try not to be gone 12 months of the year, if you're trying to have a romance with someone. At least initially. I mean, your mother and I know are not the best example, but before I was High General and taken away all the time, like I said, I was a soldier, we saw each other most nights. Hard to get to know someone when you barely see them each day.
Understandable.
Actually, you
times
probably
are
know
a
you
bit
probably know the
difficult.
small one who disrespected me better than you know Cade.
Well, it's accurate.
I'm just saying, darling, that if you wish to, again, you are young, you have options available to you. The world is your oyster. If you really want to make something happen, don't wait too long. He is getting older. He, I assume, wants a family or wants to settle with someone who will respect and meet his needs and work with him in a partnership. So that is all I'm saying. I am not meddling in your life. I have not spoken to him about any of this. It is your choices to make, but the love between your mother and I was built over many years before we both got busy and needed to take time for our careers.
Thank you for your advice.
Well, if that is all, I do need to finish up with my papers, and I think your mother has to finish breakfast, and we are leaving together, so I can drop her off at the manor of the Opera House owners so that she can enjoy her lovely and, I'm sure, important conversations that are going to take all day. Sorry, my love, but I don't wish I was you today. And she just smiles at her. She says, "No, that is understandable, but I think the people that I must deal with have more wit and humor than your boring generals. So I will take my meetings any day." And he just like bows his head in acquiescence, and he says, "Then I wish you luck, Oriana, and please, if you find anything and cannot move forward without needing to potentially break a law, please inform someone. See if you can get some help. We wish to help our populace. We wish to help our people. We wish to help you.
Thank you.
I understand sometimes discretion is necessary, and I know there is a fine line. I want to trust your judgment, that you know when and where to use that. Please, just think before you do things this time." And he just pulls back out his papers and begins rereading and marking them, kind of like signaling the end of the conversation with you.
I'll just walk over to Mama Scarlet and just give her a hug.
And she hugs you and she says, "Yes, please be careful, darling. I love you, and I want you to be safe, and I trust you to make the right choices. A woman's intuition is a woman's intuition. And, you were right. I was down there. Okay? But you have to be a little careful. Okay?
I know.
Your father has a job, and as much as he probably would like to tell you to fuck it all, he cannot. So, please, for his sanity, try not to get in more trouble, huh?
I will do my best. Just
I know
glad
you
you're
will.
all right.
I know you will, my star. And she just kisses you on the cheek, and she says, "Okay." She pats your hand, and she says, "You have a good day."
You too, Mama. I'll head out.
Your
Go
father just
find-
your father just looks up and he says, "Your mother gets love, but I just
Oh,
get left high and dry.
I thought you were back.
I am
to your
back
work.
after
I'm sorry.
months.
No,
You have not seen me in almost a
I
year,
I just
and
run up to him and just grab him.
he gives
I
you a
just
big
thought you were trying to do your work. I'm sorry.
he gives you a big hug and gives you a kiss on the face, and you feel like the scratchiness of the sort of the stubble on his face. And he just says, "Please be careful, Wrena. I do not want anything to happen to you. You are important to me." He just grabs your hand and squeezes it for a second before he like nods and lets you go.
Then I will leave. Now knowing that my dad was gonna get jealous.
Mhm. And you head out. Where are you heading?
He did not specify where we were meeting.
No, you didn't. You were just like, I'm just doing my parents' thing, and you guys, and we can all meet back at the inn at the end of the day. So
Knowing that they probably were discussing for about another hour after I left, at least, I will go back to the inn first.
okay.
And if they are not there, then I will do something else.
I mean, your conversation took about as long as theirs did. So I'd say roll a d100 for me.
Big money, big money, big money.
72.
72. Okay, I'll say you are heading back, and as you're getting like to a street where you'd have to turn down to the inn, you see them walking out towards heading towards the direction of Dragonstone Citadel.
Oh, good. There you are. And I'll just kind of like jog over to catch up with them.
Oh, did you speak with your parents? Did it all go well?
I did. I'm not gonna lie, they had me in the first half of the conversation there. But it ended better than it started. Unfortunately, our plan to get into the party through them might be a little bit hitched.
Yeah, we figured.
Well,
okay.
he's only got a +1. He could theoretically try to get a +2 for me.
Okay.
Maybe one of us. Probably Wrena, I'm sorry, but probably you. Artemis, and I'll just kind of like put a hand on his shoulder. I'm afraid he's still a little miffed at you.
Ever.
And
I don't think he was very nice, anyways. He was being an asshole.
he would.
Inaccurate word, or should we use something stronger?
No.
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 Okay.
Professional, I think, is the word, which is not necessarily to say a good thing. You know, I mean, he has to act a certain way. He holds a high position, and therefore much more is expected of him. So, in his duty of acting professional, he did not come across as the most friendly. I thought maybe Navari could be the second of us. It would make the most sense. You know, she could be stealthy and sneak around a bit. But he did point out that she has recently been. Well, she confessed to a crime. So it might be difficult for him to get her in. We might have another way in, though.
I just want to say that Navari can get in anywhere she wants to. Like,
Again,
you know.
but again, I don't. If we can try to find a legitimate means in, at least so that you know you have a reason to be there.
I know.
I don't want to step on more toes. We've caused enough problems as it is. And if we are trying to not piss off everybody in the city and also to not make our allies look bad, because, I mean, honestly, a lot of what we do reflects on Lux Eterna. And I don't want us to continue to drag the names of these people through the mud.
he did bring up an interesting point, though. Kate might not have a +1 yet, which means he theoretically could bring me, and he could theoretically bring a +2. I mean, he is in the triumvirate, so he might have a little bit more say of who can get in. So that might be a way to get Navari in.
I mean, could I at least go as a guard? Because if I go as like actual guest, I'm assuming I'm going to need a different outfit. Like this, I don't.
You don't have to wear a
own-
dress.
I don't own anything suitable.
Okay, well that could be easily fixed, but
I don't think they usually make nice, fancy dresses in my size. I am very tall.
I mean, here's the thing: you don't have to wear a dress. You can wear a nice pantsuit.
so okay.
They do that.
Yeah.
So just to address one issue, you want to go in as a guard.
I don't know. I don't feel comfortable. I don't even know what spoon to use. I just used one.
Okay. So well, let's not worry about that for the moment. But the one issue about a guard, pretty much everybody at this is going to be a dignitary of some kind. Somebody either with social standing or a position in the government. So first off, no weapons allowed. You would be going in
Empty-handed.
Okay.
Yeah, empty-handed. Like I probably can't even get away with the bag of holding or the my violin. So
I don't need a weapon.
well, I know you don't need a weapon. I'm just saying
You are the weapon.
you would be going in with nothing but the clothes on your back. But here's the thing: since this is mostly dignitaries, I don't even know if you'd be able to get into like the room where it happens. Like you might be, able to attend up to the door but not go in. And I don't know how much that gets us if you're not in the room to do whatever it is you need to do.
I mean, I don't think she would necessarily have to be in the room. She can still find out without having to be physically present.
Well, yes, I'm just saying, like, if whatever you're going to do, because I assume you guys have all come up with a brilliant multi-staged plan.
100%.
It's all very,
I'm very good at plans.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm thrilled and ecstatic upon hearing what this grand plan is.
Thanks to these goggles, I'm smart and wise. So that's a double whammy.
Yeah, well, point being, if you need to be actually able to see him to do whatever it is you need to do, then you would have to get in as an attendee, not as a protection.
I mean, we're also talking about. Oh, we also did our own investigating, and by we I mean them too, because she spoke to her ancestors for questions. They weren't much help, unfortunately, and they basically said, "Figure it out, suck it up, and figure it out."
She said I had to make my own path, which honestly kind of meshes with what Court told me a while ago. He told me that I'll find my brother, but that what happens from it is up to me.
Wait, sorry, I think this is news to me. You've spoken to Court?
He talked to me mostly. It was like,
I spoke to Arathis too.
Well, you mentioned that. I don't remember you mentioning Court though.
No, I did. I think he was Court, but he told me. He goes he said you'll find your brother if you stick with these people, but that the end result is going to depend on my choices, and that's basically kind of what my ancestors said, and I don't like that it's based on what I choose to do, because that's just nerve-wracking. It's a lot of responsibility, and I mean, I don't like the uncertainty. It's like a real-life puzzle, and it's even worse because it involves my brother
And emotions.
and all the feelings. Like I feel them in my stomach wanting me to throw up. It's right at the base of my stomach. But it's fine. I mean, for now, we go and we'll check out Cal's house.
Hey, it's okay.
Yes?
Take a breather. Take a breather.
Okay, so okay.
Entonces nos atreva.
So we were thinking about maybe like scoping out where it. Did your parents say it's gonna be at his house or like a gala or?
Did they say if it was at his?
You didn't really ask them.
And Kay didn't mention anything either when we were with him, right?
I mean, I would.
I think he said he's hosting it.
Okay,
I
so
think he
but that
told
doesn't
you
mean at
it
his
was at-
house.
I think he might have told you where it was at, but you guys should have written that down. I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
that's
gonna
me.
go
Yeah.
back, and I'm not gonna give it to you if you.
No, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
I mean, I would assume if he's hosting, then it's at either his place or like somewhere that he owns. I don't know what scoping out that location ahead of time does, other than just make us look a little more suspicious, though.
I mean, we're not
Like-
loitering.
No,
That
but
is-
like,
what if there is like we find out who is catering and then you guys get in as like servers, like to
Or like the
carry
florist
trays.
decorating the place, you know?
or the what the person who drinks the wine and tells people how good it is, those people, and then
Wine
tells them,
taster?
hey, I don't know, like I don't do parties. Like, what there is about? I'm just trying to come up with ideas.
I don't think we want Navari being the wine taster.
No,
She would,
I would pay to see that.
Well,
Okay.
well, first off, she'll just say, "Why isn't it mead or rum or something like that?" But anyway, hey,
Just
we're getting
that
off
she could do
topic
the
here.
snooty thing. Could work.
My point being,
Like, oh, this is a dark red, and he's so good. I
I
don't
see.
do wine, okay? Stop judging me. Don't laugh.
I see where you're going with this, and it's not a bad idea. It's actually an idea I was thinking about as well, where we get, those of us who can't get an invite into the party by being, workers and help and all that. But I don't think we want to go to the place where it's being held and say, yo, do you have any jobs available?
No,
for-"
we're not doing that. We're basically figuring out. We're preparing for the worst. I'm preparing for the worst, basically. If shit goes to hell, where can we escape? How can we get out? I'm not saying it's gonna lead to that, but it's good to always have a back door open to run out of.
Can we just plan not for the worst to happen? Like, can we just plan that the worst is just we use the wrong spoon when the soups are served? Like, just I don't.
You've seen how we work. And I know
Yes, I have. I've seen how we work, and I think we need to start thinking about changing how we work. Yeah.
it never hurts
Like
to be
this.
safe.
This is not just on the rest of you. This is me as well. Like, I have fucked up in the last few days.
It was fun though.
No, it wasn't.
Yes.
No, it really wasn't. Maybe for you, it was
Okay.
stressful as fuck for me.
And it keeps you healthy, keeps you alive.
Agree to disagree.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to, I mean, we can ask Cade. At this point, it sounds like we're going to have to talk to him, so I guess we're going to just have to find out where he is, see if we can get a very quick meeting, just 5 seconds in and out, oh, hey, Cade, do you have a +1 for the party? Also, can Wrena come along as like a +2 if you have a +2, and she's
I mean,
just
we
like,
can send him a message.
Well, we will have to send him a message, yes, but obviously there are some details that we cannot work out in 25 words or less. So, in addition to sending the message, I would also like to try and set up a very quick meeting if possible. If not possible, then yes, we will have to use a lot of magic, but we'll see what happens.
Well, I mean, Kate is like a very high up there person. Like, he probably doesn't have a whole lot of free time.
No, he doesn't, which is why I'm going to ask if he does, while also saying, hey, do you have a +1 for this little shindig?
I mean, if we do want to do these the right way, why don't we set up an appointment with him?
That is what I'm going to do.
Not
when
just
I
like,
message.
hey, you're free. No, like actually,
Booty
Well,
call.
what do we do if people there want to talk to us and say like, oh, why are you at the party? Who the heck are you? What am I going to say? Oh, I'm trying to find my brother who was kidnapped by Cal. I mean, what do we do? Like, we have to have a story. We have to have a cover.
We
I don't know how to
we
hold a
have
conversation like that. I'm not good at it.
we,
Turn
we,
your
ha-
mute.
we have time to cement these plans. First off, Scheiße, they didn't say when it was.
So first things first, we find out when it is.
You just don't ask any of the details.
when and where?
My
Okay.
favorite is that you're just like, I've got everything. I'm good to go.
We got everything. We got all the groceries, but no cart to carry them in.
Yeah.
We don't even know after Little Chef talked to Ivandra if they're going to be here for within the next 3 days. They said they were not sure.
Oh, I'm
So
assuming
whatever
that,
time we have, it's not very long.
no, but what I mean is we are looking at every single problem all at once, and that is stressing us out, and we're wasting time freaking out about it.
So, what do we focus on first, then?
Find
Getting
out
an
when it is.
Getting an appointment with Kid, so that we can actually get into the party.
Okay. If you want to be technical, figure out where and when it's going to be held, because
That's
We-
important.
2 birds, 1 stone. 2 birds,
Okay.
1 stone.
And then
2 Telerics, 1 stone.
depending on how that goes, we will know what next step is. Because if it is case where we are able to get some of us in, we know that we're going to have appropriate clothes. I might need some lessons on how to use the right spoons. I'm going to need to figure out what to do about this. And she like points at her mask that covers the tattooed side of her face. Like, do I leave it on? Do I take it with me? I mean, most people are freaked out by it, but I don't know.
Rena's being
How
such a
did
total
you-
girl right now.
I'll say this.
Rena's freaking out like,
I know, but she's being such a total girl. What do I wear to the party? Oh my god. Hat on or off? Do I perm my hair? Like, do I straighten it? I
100%.
just don't know. Is too much mascara? Too little mascara? Lip gloss? No.
100%.
Yeah, I love it.
She's
Heels, no
totally
heels,
being a girl
flats?
right now. She's worried about the clothes.
I know. I love it.
The proper questions, though. You got to fit in.
All right, so let's deal with the first problem, which is tickets in, and when and where it is.
Okay.
I will.
So you guys
Hold it.
are calling Cade. What are you trying to get a meeting with him? I understand that. Other than that, given that you know that it's not until tomorrow, are you going to wait for your group to get back to case the joint? Or are you going to kind of do it yourselves beforehand? I only ask because you know, like, you're the sneakiest person in your group is Navari, potentially. So
I mean, I think we don't case the joint without Navari because we are loud and bright.
I am a walking tin can. I will not be doing that.
okay, all right. So go ahead. You're taking out the pin.
Uh,
Oh, betrothed, my love.
Woody, Woody.
hello, Kate. Could we get a quick meeting with you? It does not need to be very long. Also, do you have a +1 to Caloran Vostat's banquet yet?
You're the worst girlfriend.
You
Gee,
here
I wonder why.
here. I am not in the best state to take a meeting right now. But the banquet, I was planning to go alone if you would like to accompany me. I would very much like that. But that's what you get.
Okay. He's not exactly in the meeting mood. Did he sound as tired as that was supposed to sound, or?
You sure did.
I think he's probably recovering from some pretty nasty fighting that he probably had to do in the defense of this great city. So,
Is that what they call it?
what are you trying to imply?
He was busy doing something.
I mean, the windows are transparent, but okay. Curtains have been closed.
Oh, you're going to hate once I manage to be able to figure out how to bend reality to my very whim.
That's okay. Who knows if I'm gonna be around that long? If things go to shit, I'm ready.
She'll bend reality just to bring you back, just to kill you again.
Oh, let's do that.
All right.
I wish Nemeron was alive again.
Oh, no.
Smack!
1 hit point, dead.
No.
But anyway, now what do you do?
I don't think we're going to be able to get the meeting today. So this is likely going to have to be an issue we prepare for, and perhaps are just ready in case we can get people in. So I have plenty of fancy dresses, because why not? So
They're
I guess.
practical, and you can't walk a long distance in them.
Well, you're not supposed to walk long distances. You're supposed to, like,
Sit
walk
there and look pretty.
into the door. And shut up.
Am I wrong?
I mean, that's part of it, but you could also stand and look pretty, dance and look pretty. It's. Oh. Anyway, I think we plan
What?
we plan for the optimum outcome, which is that we all get in. It doesn't hurt for us to have an extra set of clothes too, as well.
But if you have a date with Cade, then what do you do about your parents if they are able to get +1 for you? Then you have 2 invitations for you.
Well, I will. Funnily enough, I have this little wire that allows me to talk to people I know directly. So I will tell my father that we don't need a +2. He does not need a +2 from me, but if he can get it for one of you, that would be somewhat ideal.
Your father has to put up with your request a lot, doesn't he?
Not really, because I've only been able. You know what? You all are just.
I'm sorry. It seems like an observation that you change your mind a lot, and then your dad is like, "Oh my gosh, Ariana changed her mind all the time."
Well, okay, so he told me to try Cade as well. And it implies that, it's just,
What did he imply?
nothing. Don't worry about it.
They're getting married.
Oh,
no,
betrothed.
he mentioned I should just try to stay around long enough if I'm actually being serious with a relationship or not, because it's hard to get to be in a relationship if you're spending time.
I mean, he seems like an
halfway around
attractive,
the world.
a nice guy. Sorry. He seems like a nice dude.
How many months
little-
travel, and I still can't get a read on you.
On who?
You!
You
Learn
have
how
to
to
stick
speak my
around. You
language.
got to give him a little taste so that he wants more. No.
It's an acquired taste, much like anchovies. you know?
Yeah, well,
I like anchovies. They're
It's
good on a
acquired, though.
cracker.
Okay.
Yeah, acquired.
All right. You know what? Now we're going to do the fancy dress and I don't mean dress. I mean like fancy dress, like attire. You know, we're now going to do the fancy attire shop.
I was in a relationship
Just
with
to
Helena.
see you.
I'm used to it.
No, not that fancy.
Oh, okay.
True fancy, actual fancy. You know,
So
like
fancy versus tacky is what you're saying.
Yeah, your words, not mine. And
Completely
I'm
fair.
just gonna just come with me. We're going shopping. Come on.
Okay.
But
Okay.
no, we have to scope out the house.
No, we're waiting for Navari to come back, and we have a few hours until that happens.
Yeah, if we're gonna scope out the house, we need to make sure we don't get caught. At least we know where the front doors are.
Okay.
So what are you doing? Are you guys just gonna go back and wait for your friends?
I am in the interim of waiting for Navari and Zavrin to return. I am taking them fancy dress shopping. That
Okay.
way, they have fancy attire to wear if we can get them tickets.
Got it. Okay. You guys spend the day, and it does take a day, because shopping for that shit takes a long time. You gotta get it fitted, you gotta get it,
God.
Right. You gotta find the right stuff, you gotta find the right accessories, you gotta have it all coordinated. You gotta like try it on, then you gotta like make sure it like all looks good. And for each of you, you each have different builds and different styles, and so it takes you the majority of the day. But eventually, and I'll say for all of you, and estimating as best as you can Navari's and Zavrin's like sizes and stuff like that, for that kind of fancy attire, I'll say for the 6 of you, probably like 100 gold.
I'll cover that.
How much money do you have?
We got a lot down.
I had a lot on
which
me
also,
from...
by the way, you still have a bag of holding that is completely and utterly full.
Well,
Yeah. We also
so,
need to sell some of this shit.
I will say that if you want to sell like the jewels and trinkets, you can use that time to do that as well.
Yeah, we'll sell the jewels
so,
and
so
trinkets.
just turn it into gold. But you still have a lot of shit in your bag. So, you all eventually make it back to the inn, to meet up with your friends, to figure out what your next move is, knowing that there is a banquet sometime tomorrow evening. When it starts, you don't know where exactly it is. You don't know, but you know it's tomorrow evening. You know it's hosted by Cal, and you are attempting to get some plus tickets to there. You don't have a full grasp of how many you'll get and what the others are going to do, but you at least have clothes for those that potentially are going as guests, and then you're still waiting to figure out what to do for the others. But that is where we'll take our break for the evening. So don't go anywhere. We will be back very shortly with Navari and Zavrin finally free of their ankle bracelets and their community service, having done their help for the city. Tired, but free to do their bidding, and getting back together with the group. So don't go anywhere. We're just gonna grab a drink, use the restroom, stretch our legs. Back shortly. we are back. So, you all get back to the inn. I'll say you put away your clothing and stuff like that you've purchased, and by the time you all come down into the tavern, Navari and Zavrin, you're walking sort of through the door. You finish your day. You went to the guard station. You signed the papers that say that you've completed all the service. The guard captain gave you the kind of like slips of, paper or stamps or whatever that says that you've like done it. You presented that. Everything is good. You are now back to normal. You don't owe anyone anything. You are free to go as you will about your business.
About time. That they got in trouble today?
Not as much trouble as we did. That thing was like all anuses, right?
And they kept winking at us, I thought.
Was that winking?
Oh my god.
Oh, hey guys.
I got nothing for the ass blaster 1000, whatever we're calling that creature.
You guys got your bling off, your jewelry. Where'd it go? You guys done?
Oh,
Maybe.
yeah. No fuss.
You guys didn't fuck around again, right?
No, I'm sure they're gonna put the statue of us up any day now.
What? No, we're fine.
Okay, so we have a bit of good news and a bit of bad news. Good news, Navari, you might be able to do some sneaky stuff.
Well, I guess it's better than none.
Completely legal sneaky stuff. Like let's be straightforward and honest with everybody right now, right here, right now. Yeah, no more. Yeah.
If it's sneaky, it's not really legal, is it?
Right.
I mean, you can move around a place and take a look without actually breaking a law.
Are we going by the only if we're caught is it a legal thing?
No, it's not illegal.
Okay, that's fair.
It's not illegal to look at another residence. We just don't want you being seen doing it in case, cows starts to get suspicious.
Okay, so
So basically, yeah, don't get caught.
you want me to
We
case
don't-
a joint?
If you get caught, the worst that they should be able to get you on is strolling past somebody's house and being a little too like, oh, I wonder what's going on in there.
Like,
Don't go. Don't take out the tools and go. Just jigging the lock and all that stuff. We don't need that.
Or Horns can see if we can find out also where the rending is now.
Ooh.
That is also something you could do. Yeah.
Because if we can get evidence of where it is, we can maybe tip off authorities to where it is. But the other thing we need to do is find out how to tie Cal to it.
I was thinking, like, we know that Cal. Do we know that DM? Do we know that Cal moves or escorts prisoners out? Like, does he X-ray them himself, or?
Do you know that?
Yeah. That way I don't metagame.
You don't. But
Okay.
I mean, Oriana, based on like her history, does know that he extricates people from other nations.
And brings
So
them home.
and brings them home. Now, not by
Oh.
himself,
I don't know, but,
obviously.
I know.
But he's kind of like if you think of like a high important prisoner in like whatever China or something like that, like the United States would send a diplomat or a dignitary or someone like that to go over and be like, hey, this person's ours, like as long as there's an agreement, and say like, hey, we're taking them back to the United States because they're going to be
Okay.
tried on our ground and they're going to be punished on our ground because they are our citizen.
Okay.
So that's what he does. Like he goes over there, he grabs them, but he doesn't have any like people who get interred at the the keep here in Riverend, he really doesn't have anything to do with that. Like,
Okay.
those are
Okay.
just done. He just oversees the prison and makes sure like
Okay.
who's there and kind of runs the day to day and like makes sure like everything is going smoothly.
Never mind. Retcon what I was gonna say. Thank you.
Do you want me to find where the next rending is?
I mean, it's actually not a bad idea. I mean, if we're looking for ways to tie him to criminal activity, that is probably where it would be.
I mean, I owe my informant money, regardless of whether we found the strings or not. So, if you want me to go pay that off and put out another feeler.
I mean, it's not a bad idea, but we kind of need to act quickly because we don't have any more than maybe 3 days at best.
If that.
If 3 days, yeah. It just like 3 days.
Yes,
3 days is our maximum,
Nivari,
and we don't even know if we have it.
if you're able to find that out, it may be very useful information. Then we just have to tie him to it and prove that he is a part of it. If he's not the main organizer, at least knowing that he, as a public official who is supposed to be a law-abiding citizen, is not abiding the law. It's a good thing to have that proof. And if it's not enough for our word, maybe we could even possibly get a guard as a witness to it. Because people have to bid on it, maybe they can get an undercover situation or something. And get someone in there to see it and witness it, who is a official that they might take more seriously than just some random person.
I mean, Wrena, do you think that maybe Marin would be okay with opening up that wound again?
Marin, what do you mean, like to fight?
No.
She cannot fight anymore.
No, not to fight. To if and when we find evidence, do you think she'd be willing to testify? Maybe, like,
I think
given
Marin,
that she's a survivor.
I think,
and-
honestly, this sounds harsh, but I feel like I don't know that Marin will be able to muster that kind of courage. Her spirit is very broken by her trials in their ending.
That's fair.
She may be too afraid. I can ask, but the request would probably have to come from me. And even then, I cannot guarantee that she would be willing to face.
I mean, maybe
him.
she would if there was a guarantee that she wouldn't be retaliated against. But
I don't think you can promise that in this kind of situation. He's
I
going
know.
to have people, just like the people he used against my parents, that he can use, and I don't want anything else to happen to Marin if we can help it. She's had
Okay.
it rough enough.
that's the last resort then. Okay.
And I don't know that a witness is even enough, because if my word is not enough, why would the word of Marin be enough? We need something physical to tie them to it, some kind of documentation, something that is hard evidence that cannot be refuted. And we need to take it to someone like Cade when we find it. Someone who is going to have the pull to do something about it and not have it fall into a corrupt person's hands and then just end up disappearing.
What if we just
Fine.
teleported a guard right into the rending?
I don't want anything to.
No.
They could. You mean as a fighter? They could die.
No, I think I know what you mean. You mean like what we did to get into the under the opera house, right?
Yeah, if you could wrangle a handful of guards, just plop them right down in there. I bet you Cade would fare fairly well. He seems thick.
I did that. Okay, you weren't here for this. We think Cade might be recovering from injuries sustained doing somewhat similar to what you've been doing the last 3 days. So I
Oriana
don't
said he
think
sounded-
that's a good idea.
Oriana said he sounded very out of
No,
breath.
no.
Mhm.
No,
Very
no,
much so.
You're putting words into my mouth again.
Well,
The
I
last
said
time
he
you told me
sounded like
had
he
a
was.
similar
You know,
problem.
We did have to fight an ass monster.
Alright.
a what?
It was very cheeky.
Oh my god.
We called
Okay,
it the
why do
riddle of the
you
sphincter.
groan? Why do you groan at my inspirations, but then make jokes like that?
I want to take a crack at an ass monster.
My shtick is being stolen.
Well, nope, not gonna go there.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And, you have a dirty mind.
100%.
Anyway,
Do we know that Cal's gonna be there though? Does he come to every event? Does he just kind of like
no,
hobnob off the
and-
side?
no, and unfortunately, catching him at the event is probably not the best way to get evidence on him.
If I had to guess,
He could say he thought, he heard a rumor and he was coming to investigate and he saw and he was just waiting for the perfect moment to act. And
well, like I said, if I would have to guess from my own experience, he seems to be the one of the people who finds the fighters and organizes that and bets on those that he believes will win. And there's got to be some kind of record.
I was actually thinking. First of all, we need to find out where the banquet, for lack of a better word, where it's being held at. Because if it's not being held at his house, that's at least a little more vulnerable than it would be if he were there physically. And I know we're trying to keep this above the law, but we're dealing with someone really shady, and
I don't disagree with this, and this is very difficult situation.
And also, like,
to navigate.
he's the high overseer of the Dragonstone Citadel. Who, if we tell a guard this, saying, "Hey, like, something suspicious is happening with your high overseer," they could be working under him and snuff that out right away, and not even investigate or do anything with it.
Okay, but seriously, we can't operate on that assumption, or we're never going to be able to solve this problem.
I know. But
Because any guard could be corrupt if you're going off of that logic, and then we can't go to anyone except Kate, and that's not necessarily the best option.
Hmm.
So, as much I'm not entirely sure how we should act at this point. We need to find a way to get as many people into the event as possible. That way we can gather as much information as possible. At this point, I'm just going to look at Wrena. At this point, Wrena, I'm sorry, but I don't know if we're going to be able to solve this before he leaves. But at the very least, they can do what they did to me. Make him known throughout the Empire that he is a criminal. And that might not get you the closure you want, but it might get us to your family. It might get them free.
There is no them. There is a he. Cal
Well, I
killed
was
my
referring to Merritt.
parents.
No, I know.
Is
I was
not family.
referring.
Marin is a friend. She was a warrior of ours.
Oh,
She is
sorry,
she is already no
I
longer a
misinterpreted.
fighter. She is simply a bookie.
Sorry,
Jacoba
I
is dead.
misinterpreted.
I have my brother. That's it. And forgive me
yeah.
for being sharp, but this is honestly something where if I can't get to Cal, that's fine. If I can't get revenge on him, so what? But I at least want to talk to my brother, see what he's doing, and if he is being held against his will, I want to get him out. Even if we don't shut down the rending, even if we don't take down Cal, I want to talk to Kami. I just want to find Kami. If we can do that, I'll consider it a success. Do I wish I could have it all? Of course. But you don't get to have it all. The world is not fair. If the world was fair, then my people would not have even had to deal with this. Jacoba would be alive. Marin would still be one of the blessed, and my parents would still be here. But no, you have corrupt people who end up being put in places of power, and then they get to do whatever the hell they want. So if the only thing that is within my power is to try to just talk to my brother for the first time in a decade and a half, then that's all I get. And that's fair. Whatever. I just want to try to do something. I'm tired of knowing he is this close and not being able to see him. And I'm getting tired of waiting, even though I know that I need to be patient and to handle things, trying to handle it with as much of a level head as I can. But it's been a long time and I've been patient enough. I deserve at least to talk to him or see him. At least if I could see him, I would maybe know that he is all right, or if he has truly turned his back on me or on the memory of our parents. But the truth of the matter is they are gone, and it's me and him, and that's it. And there's things that I have to learn from him, even if he decides to stay where he is, if he's there by choice. There's certain things that I have to know. And all I want is answers.
I think Navari will look like whatever grin she usually has on her face, she'll wipe that off and look at you seriously and just say, well, I can only be in so many places at once, so what do you want me to do tonight? Do you want me to case a house? Or do you want me to go see if I can find where the rending is?
I wanted to just see if you can find out where the rending is. I don't want you to risk yourself and get yourself in more trouble by trying to go in or getting yourself caught in something. I just want to know where it is. And if possible, know whether or not it has started moving or if it tends to be in the same place for a bit. If we can figure that out, that at least gives us a place to start.
And maybe if there's been a pattern to where they were installed before, that at least will help us deduce where the next one is.
Right. If it's something where they go back to the same places and recur at the same places every so many months, or if it's always a new place, that is also useful information.
Or if it's thinking like a 10-mile radius, whatever, you know.
Right. And I don't know whether or not, as I said, I think that's Marin. Now, sorry, correct me on this. Did Marin tell me that he no longer fights in the rending? Like he's now kind of like a personal guard, right?
Who, Marin?
Yeah, isn't that what Marin told me? That he's no longer like fighting in the rending itself?
Who?
My brother, Connie.
Yeah, he's personal guard to Cal.
Yeah,
like he's like his number one bodyguard, like Secret Service to Cal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so finding, because we know that the rending is bad because it's literally a situation where people are being killed, which is wrong no matter how you look at it. And now that I think about it, it's even worse that this is a man who has access to prisoners who really have no way to run. I wouldn't be surprised if he is taking other countries' prisoners and throwing them in there and forcing them to fight.
Or the opposite, he's granting them either freedom or death. Maybe like the guards that work for him that we saw in that vehicle that we were chasing, or that you were chasing, maybe those were former criminals that he exonerated in exchange for their service to him.
But how would he keep them from running? Like, why has my brother not left? If he chose to get out of that, and that was the choice he was given, to be exonerated or to die, essentially, why would he stay? Why would he choose to stay? Does he have something on them? Is he using something like a bracelet to control them, or to, it's these things to think about, and then we not put it over on him to have some kind of manipulation on them. Unless there are people who honestly have grown to respect or even like Cal, because he was very charismatic. And as someone who runs in high circles, he is someone who knows how to speak pretty words.
Not all shackles are physical.
Exactly.
Well, we're not going to get your answers talking about it.
Do you want, I can, Hornet, I can give you money to pay your contact. I have money.
Navari jiggles her purse and says, so do I, and I have other things to trade.
Right. Like I said, for now, just see if you can get information and don't get yourself in trouble, especially on the tail end of finally getting out of your community service. I would hate for something to happen where you get a strike because you're helping me.
She nods and in her head knows that she's probably going to get herself into trouble again.
Okay, so what are you guys doing? Where are you heading?
Well, okay, so I need to, like, it's the evening. I need to pay this girl off already a day late. And it would be a bad idea to have a bunch of people follow, even though I kind of want to involve other party members. Yeah, I would be heading back down to the black market area.
Okay.
I think I've been thinking about this, and I think I would ask Wrena to come along.
Okay.
Because, keeping out of trouble.
Okay.
But she would say, look, when I get there, I'm gonna need another space, a little space. Street rats tend to be a little tentative and don't like to feel like they're being misled.
It's fine. I can be discreet. Can't say the word, but I can be it.
Okay, so you guys are heading there?
Yeah.
Okay, what are the rest of you guys doing? Just hanging out?
Actually, is there? I mean, I don't know how busy the blacksmiths are here. Like, it's not wartime, but there's shit happening.
It is like wartime. So like
fair.
you know that everywhere, especially from when you went to go get or when Oriana went to go get the water breathing potions, there's only so much left that isn't being made to like cover the military and the protection of the city and stuff like that. But the blacksmiths are open and they're still making weapons.
They're taking commissions and stuff.
Yep.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind then. I'll just
like dependent on the request and like what you need and the materials and stuff like that. Like it may take a little bit longer or a little bit less, or they may already have it or what. It just depends on what you're asking for.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind for later.
Okay.
And we're not sure where this shindig is going down, right?
No, we did. Well, Oriana didn't ask because I don't know.
We can find that out relatively easily. I did not have enough space to ask on the last attempt, but we can get that information.
Well, I mean, why don't you ask your mom? Or your dad.
I could just go home and ask. They're probably, still busy though.
Oh, that's fair.
So, out of character for a second here, because I'm still trying to figure out. We're going to we're going to try and go to the party, but what are we trying to specifically accomplish at the party?
That's fair.
For me,
So
I'm
is
just
it-
trying to see if
because
my brother's there.
Okay, and that's like the crux of it. We're just gonna see if he's there, mingle, maybe try and see if we can get Cal to like slip up on something.
Maybe
Information gather.
overhear things, because the odds of people that move in his circles or people that are close to him having something to do with illegal gambling on something like a fight club,
They tend to have tight lips. Or
it's possible. They're probably tight-lipped, yeah. But, just basically trying to listen in, trying to overhear conversations that might be hushed, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah, like it leads to evidence to incriminate him.
I can detect thoughts.
At least
but,
leads,
tricky.
that kind of thing.
Okay.
I mean,
Even if it's not necessarily a, hey, Navari, go sneak through the halls and see if you can find some sort of secret paperwork. Like,
Well, that's
even
what
if
I
we're
was
not
trying to
doing that,
figure out. Yeah. That's what- Because and that was mainly what I was trying to figure out. Because like, are we trying to set up like some elaborate spy mission for Navari, where we're distracting him while she goes off to search for like his bag?
I'm trying not to do stuff that is that
Legal.
overtly shady, right? Because
Morally gray.
if we show up with paperwork that is like personally his, won't that be like, how'd you get this?
Well, that's what I'm
didn't
trying
have a
to
warrant
figure out
kind of
too.
situation.
The evidence that we would need to find is probably at wherever the rending is, because anything that's like his like his wallet or something with a coupon for one free gamble on the rending or whatever. Like, how do we explain how we got that without having admitted to breaking?
well, would you keep? So I'm just gonna say this, like, when the mob was like racketeering or doing like having illegal like alcohol places, did they keep their books and everything that they did at those like speakeasies and stuff? Like, if those got busted, none of the records are in those places.
Yeah.
So where would you keep your stuff in the most secure location that you could have it? Probably
the Dragonstone Citadel.
No, he doesn't have anything to do with the Citadel. His home. Right? Like, if has nothing to do with the Dragonstone. He's not part of the triumvirate. No, he's part of the prison.
So.
Oh, okay.
All I'm saying is like, if like
if
that's yeah. So go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, the chances are, and this is, I will say this because you would already know this. You went through the rending once. Like, that was your one opportunity to try and like get, like, you knew that was connected to him in some way, and you got some information from that when you fought there, and managed to like break out and make it out. And that was like finding that Jacobo was dead and that Marin was had gone through all of this. But you would have learned that like Cal doesn't really spend his time there because it doesn't make sense for him to be seen in a place that is illegal. Again, it gets busted. He doesn't want to have his face anywhere near there. Doesn't make sense for him. He sets it up. He runs it. It's under his purview, but he's just the leader. And the other thing is again, he's not going to keep any of the major. Obviously, there's going to be like, who's fighting, and there's going to be some like bets and stuff like that. Like, if it was busted, there would probably be some like money lost, but there would be nothing that ties back to him there. And you guys would have found that out with like your initial case through that, which was like why it was so frustrating, because you knew that he was running this thing. You got that information from Marin, but you had no way of really outing him. And then of course he wasn't around in the city.
So this is a situation where we're probably going to have to get Navari in and have Navari search.
Maybe, or you're gonna have to figure out something. But you get the sense that like the place with the tightest security is probably the place where where shit is hidden. the place where it's the hardest to get at is where a very high to do boss of crime is gonna keep their shit. Like, you know, like the mob like had like safes behind paintings and shit like in their houses, and you literally needed like they were like bomb shelters almost. Like,
Please put
so-
a safe behind a painting.
I'm not going to tell you whether there is one or not, but all I'm just saying is like that kind
I
of
wanted
stuff
that since session 1.
is the type of thing that someone would do if they're that high an official and they know that how difficult it would be to get their stuff. Either that or they put them all over the world like secretly in secret places, but then that wouldn't be very fun for a D&D game, and you guys would be pretty miserable if I was like, haha, screw you guys. So just think about it like that. Like the rending, you've been there, you've done that. You didn't get what you needed from that. You could potentially try to use that avenue again, but you're probably not going to get evidence there. You maybe
I'm
get
not
tied
looking
into
for
something.
evidence. Like my thought is find out where it is,
Mhm.
because if we can tip off guards that it's there,
Yep.
and get it busted in addition to finding some sort of paperwork or something that is a physical evidence and clearly ties to this, which we will allow the guards to bust, and you can put those two things together and it matches up, especially if there's a record of the fighters or anything like that.
120%.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yep. That's
So
fine. I just wanted to make
so-
sure like that wasn't where you were like looking for Cal or anything like that, because
no,
you would know that like I just want to give you that because I know like sometimes some of the translation of the earlier stuff was
Mhm.
like lost. So just like making sure that you have all of the information, you would know from your discussions with Marin and your initial infiltration of that area that nothing tying to Cal is there, and he very, very rarely actually visits it, and that once Connie stopped fighting there, he has not been seen there since. Like,
Yep.
he's gone.
So my other part of my question is, how long, Jason, does your invisibility last?
Only like a minute.
No, an
Only
hour.
a minute? Oh, an hour?
Hour,
Wait,
sorry.
is it greater invis? Are you greater invis or regular invis?
Just regular.
Regular invis is 1 hour.
I can also do that as well now.
Is yours also an hour?
And if you talk to him about, or maybe if he sees your face, I can
The
maybe
one
try
thing
reading
about
his mind, and then seeing you might stir some things up, and then it's a little risky, but you could try it.
the one thing about my invisibility is that I needed my violin in order to do it, so it would not be subtle in any way.
The chances of them letting you take your violin and knowing that it's a weapon for you. would not be
Considering
very
that they know I have bardic magic and I have an instrument, yeah, they probably won't let me take that. No.
high. What does yours require, Zavrin?
Let me tell you, it requires me to do this and speak, and it's not quite subtle either.
Can you do
But
it
you've
quietly?
been able to cast without speaking before. haven't
Only
you?
my class spells. I didn't take subtle spell because it's
Oh.
cheese. Because it's stinky cheese.
I like subtle spell. I had it on my sorcerer. Anyway. Well, I mean, Navari is pretty sneaky on her own. So it's gotta be like compound evidence, and the more we have, the better, so to speak. So again, like I said, I plan on at least trying to get the physical evidence, but we need to again make sure that the guards know when the rending's happening, that they can bust it and essentially catch some people, and they would then have some witnesses. And if they catch a fighter or something, or they have fighters from the rending who are there and names are associated to it, you can tie that to the paperwork. And if we know we found the paperwork in Cal's house, or it has any kind of marking on it, like if he has a stamp or something that he uses, or his signatures on it or whatever, all the better.
Okay. So once again, a couple of questions that we need to answer about that before we commit to this plan. Couldn't Cal just reset the rending to a different place if it gets busted?
Well, the point is, hopefully when they get busted, that they catch people, and then it's hard to replace people like that.
True.
And they would all talk about the same person they've talked to above them. Probably not Cal, but they all
Mhm.
point the finger one way. Corroborate their stories. No time to corroborate their stories.
To probably
that-
to try to cover their butts, yeah. If they could throw someone else under the
But
bus.
that might not target Cal, though.
It's all right. We need paperwork that will tie Cal to it, because he's not going to have anything there that ties him to it on purpose. That's not what this is about. The rending part is strictly to show proof that we were not making it up, that there's an illegal fighting ring happening in the city. That's one issue. But the fact that Cal is running it and they have a corrupt official who is supposed to be above board is another issue, which is one
Okay.
that, it goes up the chain and becomes a bigger problem. And if we can stop essentially the head of the snake by catching him, the rending's the nest, but he's the snake. So you gotta take care of both issues, or you're still gonna end up with.
Right, I agree. But then the problem comes back to what I was saying earlier, which is if we're getting evidence from his house, how are we getting that through legal means?
That's the physical, and it may not be through 100% legal means.
Okay,
At
but
least
would
we
the-
have-
Would
But
the
if we're
evidence
not-
still be valid if it wasn't obtained legally?
That's my concern.
So maybe we need to see. I don't know.
Go ahead and make an intelligence check.
Who? Me?
Anyone
everybody, I
who
imagine.
wants to. Yeah, everyone. You're all discussing this.
I thought you called this disgusting. Sorry.
15.
So you're all
Six.
discussing this.
Oh, I did intelligence save. Sure, it's the same thing.
It's the same thing. Natural 20.
Nice.
It's perfect for
Oh.
Wrena because this is her gong show.
Sorry. Let's
Uh,
go.
Cool.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna leave Artemis out for this one. But okay, Wrena, with a natural 20. Obtaining the evidence by without like a proper warrant or whatever can be problematic if you get caught while doing it, or potentially try to bring it forward in a way that like shows that you were doing something wrong. However, you're going to be at a like there's a banquet going on. Literally like the highest people in the city, the highest ranked people in the city are going to be there. If you were able to bring this forward to a group of high ranking dignitaries off the bat, probably you would get a little in trouble, but Cal would likely not have a really good defense in front of all of those people with the evidence coming forward right away without him being able to kind of theorize why that would be the case, like why he would be holding on to it. He'd have no time to create a story around it as to like how you got this or why and what it was doing. And so it would likely get him caught, and then from there the authorities could step in and like figure everything out, and probably they would take that evidence as like valid evidence. So that's like one way to do it. Or two, if you're unable to do it like right off the bat, in the heat of the moment, you could figure out a way that you found that by legal means, some other way. You could try to kind of make up a story as to like how you got that. So there are like other ways to do it. You just, if you're going to do it that way, you have to like make sure that your story's solid behind like how you're presenting that evidence, because you don't want it to get chucked away. But those are like the two ways that you could do it. Otherwise, if you just like bring it forward, trying to say like, yeah, we found this in his house, or we found this in his business that we had no business going into because we snuck in and like cracked his safe and broke in and stole it. You're right, like that's going to be a hard sell. But you figure those other with the natural 20, you figure like we're in the heart of like this city's government. If they find this out right away and they accuse him right away and you can show it for it, like he's really got no recourse. Like he's got to answer them right there in that moment and figure his shit out. And like how's he going to do that against, the like Alexander, Ileana, Cade, Oriana's father, a bunch of other dignitaries. Like how is he going to make that right? Probably can't. It's going to be really hard.
Mhm. Okay.
Does Wrena share with the rest of the class?
But
Yeah.
I will say this, with the natural 20, you also know you're going to have to make sure, like 100% sure, that you can point the finger at him. I.e., you find it in like a bedroom, and like he might be able to point his finger at a servant or something like that. So you have to like be able to connect the dots to say like that's his handwriting, that's him. This is all 100% Cal, not other people that he's going to try and pin the story on. Because even in the heat of the moment, someone as intelligent as him and as wily, who has kept this thing going underground for however many years, would have contingencies even in the heat of the moment. So you have to make sure that you can solidly argue your case against his, but that is probably your best avenue.
So the best thing that we can do is, without a shadow of a doubt, we have to prove Cal is tied to it. We have to have physical hard evidence, something maybe in writing. There's got to be, like I said, there's got to be some sort of a book or a record or something of his fighters that he has kept track of, because Cal, being the person that he is, he treats these fighters like they're a commodity or a thing that he owns. He's going to have a record of his possessions, and there's going to be some sort of a record of what they won and when they won it and how much money he made. And if we can find some sort of record of something with his writing on it, even like a record of his funds matching up to bets that have been won and things like that. I mean, if we can find something that's going to tie it very hard to him, it has to be irrefutable. And if we can do that, and even at this banquet, if we can do that and then present it in front of the others that are going to be there, to the point where he does not have time to think his way out of it, that may be something that we can do. The other means being some other means of trying to tell them how we found it, if we aren't able to make that happen at this banquet. Or maybe perhaps, I don't know exactly what to do there, but it has to be solid.
So I have an idea.
Okay, your ideas are always good. In a good way. In a good way.
That is wholly untrue, but I appreciate the compliment.
Oh, I mean, okay.
Our heart is in the right place.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
So, here's an idea. With getting it just before, while he's flat-footed and unaware. If we can find a document and a reasonable method of corroborating that it is his, like, so for example, you talked about his handwriting. So if we could get an example of his handwriting and a letter saying, "Oh, today I made bets on so and so," or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, if we get the evidence and the proof.
What if I wrote him a letter asking him if he still had Connie? Do you think he would justify writing back to me?
No, I don't think he would.
I think he's cocky enough that he might.
I was actually thinking, didn't Didn't Cal oversee your arrest, Oriana? Or am I mistaken on that?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
You guys
he was
were
nowhere
taken straight up to the
we-
Dragonstone Citadel and then put before the triumvirate by Ileana.
By Ileana. Okay.
Yeah, and
We
she was
popped
she was
into her
popped into her
tower.
tower, and she was like, "Oh, welcome! You came into my mage's tower. Now you're gonna go in front of the and this is who you are. How wonderful!
Even better. Okay.
You're gonna go in front of
Yep,
the
yep.
entire triumvirate, and you're going to speak to your crimes. And then she
Okay.
was basically taken in. So
So
Cal
it was
had
Ileana,
nothing
not
to do
Cal.
with
Okay.
it,
Sorry.
yeah. Nope. Yeah, it's fine.
What if he uses an alias when he's doing his shady stuff? What would his alias be?
Well, I mean, that's why I want to get an example of his handwriting. If it's something that we find that's handwritten. So here's my idea. This is not a foolproof plan, and I'm not suggesting it is 100% accurate, but if we could get the evidence and the proof, I can sell getting it to Cade in front of the crowd. I can sell it.
Mhm. So the bodies,
I'm saying I'm good with words.
right? No, I know you are.
So, yeah, no, sorry. Nemeron looked a little like, wait, how does this work?
Okay, no, okay. You can sell it to him. I'm sorry, I was moving on.
It's fine. It's fine. So if Navari can get her hands on something and get it into my hands, I can get it directly to Cade, and without too much lying, potentially.
Or hopefully none. If we can find evidence that is actually true, we should not need to lie. That is the point.
Oh, I didn't mean about lying about the evidence. I meant more about lying about potentially not lying about how I got it. Like, oh, Navari just happened to put it right here. What is this thing in the guest book? Oh, this is a very strange piece of parchment. Cade, come take a look at this. Something along those lines.
Still lying.
Oh, actually, so speaking about maybe handwriting.
A little bit. It's a little bit of lying, but
That's a
my
little
point
bit of-
being,
It's a little bit of poop in a cookie. It's still poop.
that is very graphic.
It's the
Let me pull her
truth.
As
into
the
that.
cover Artemis's ears. Like,
So as far as handwriting goes, did your parents get a missive from from Cal himself saying, "Hey, like an invitation personal"?
I sincerely doubt he handwrote every single invitation himself. I mean, there are going to be dozens of people there.
I know.
He probably got one of his servants to do it.
Okay.
Probably somebody with very good handwriting who can write a lot of letters.
Okay.
Yeah, you get the
Councilman.
sense like Nemeron, like just like having been in Veladon and stuff like that. And Oriana, you would know this, like even for parties that your parents have had. Zavrin, you would also know this, just from like your life as a noble family. When one of those events is held, especially if there are like quite a few guests. Not to say that this one's going to be like super huge. It's probably not going to be like a huge number of guests, because it's like a subset of like very high-ranking members of society here at in a Trill. But like it tends to be done by like a scribe that is just
Okay.
given the guest list and be like, hey, get all of these written as per this sort of template. And then get these sent out by runners to make sure.
So
that
it's not like
everyone gets
Cal. It's not like Cal put XOXO and kissed it with red lipstick. It's not like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
He probably wouldn't do it. Like that's menial work, but like beneath him. You
Okay.
know?
Okay.
At best, he might do that for Alexander, if he's trying to like kiss up to Alexander as the head of the
Yeah, maybe to the
triumvirate.
that's
triumvirate he
fair.
sends a personal missive, but to anyone else,
Okay.
not. But also even to them, like it's just invitations. So it's generally just like, hey, make sure that this gets to the right people.
Okay.
Here's what the invitation is.
Here's what I wanted to say. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
So I don't think it's going to work. Again, this is not a foolproof plan.
Maybe a seal, perhaps. I mean, the seal from I'm sure there's House Scarlet has a seal.
I mean, we do. I mean, I'll pull out my signet ring. We do. but I sincerely doubt
You
he
doubt
was
it?
going
Okay.
to stamp his noble seal on a document that would incriminate him. That is
But he would
pretty
use his-
No, we need proof to incriminate, to connect him
Right.
to.
He may have put his personal stamp on something with his handwriting,
Mhm.
and then we can
That's
use
a good
that.
idea.
We can use that as the proof that the handwriting
yeah.
matches into
Yeah.
whatever physical documents that he is keeping of the rending.
That is entirely possible.
I would also be curious as to what he is doing with the bodies of the dead fighters.
I was actually thinking about that. Like, would I don't know. I don't know how the rending works like intimately, but I guess would they just be disposed of like, oh, you're useless, disowned, and just like incinerated in or a pauper's grave?
I don't know.
Maybe there's a record of like.
No. Why would you keep a record of that?
Because
Literally,
Profits and
the
losses.
buried.
Profits and losses.
Something you need to know about Cal. He's used to getting what he wants, and he is very cocky about it. He
Well-
looked me in the eye, books, and just smiled at me, knowing that I know who he is and what he did. He just smiled. He thinks he is untouchable, and he is full of himself, and thinks that he can get away with it.
No, I know. I'm not saying. There's a difference between cocky and stupid.
He's
Like-
not stupid.
No, I know. Like, he would not put his personal seal in an illicit document. And I don't think he's going to say, this is where the bodies of all the dead people.
Well, no,
who
not
died in the
necessarily
rending
that.
are
Not
buried."
necessarily that. But at least when I was growing up, my parents had a farm, and we had to they had to keep track of where the vegetables went, how much they made off of it on each crop, on each harvest, and maybe that's what it was. Maybe the people fighting the rending aren't necessarily fighters; they're just products for him to sell and use. And then once they're considered a loss, he has to record that and get rid of it.
I mean, that would be an example of evidence that Navari could find, but that would probably be at its house, I would imagine.
But again, I guess that's fair.
I'm asking a lot of Navari.
Yeah, at this point, Navari has to find two separate documents. One with
One-
his stamp,
one or the
like
other.
a legal document, and we would need both. The proof and the evidence need to be together, or we're not going to
Sure.
be able to prove anything. Also,
We have to prove, one, the fight is going on and it happens, and two, that Cal is tied to it, and three, that he is some sort of mastermind about the whole thing.
yeah.
No offense. No offense. I'm totally game for breaking into somebody's house, but I don't know what I'm looking for, and I thought you wanted to do this the right way.
I do,
We do, and
but
so here's the thing. There's no way we can get the evidence without a warrant, and there's no way we're going to get a warrant.
because
mean,
don't you have to
we've
present
talked
the
to
warrant
Kate.
to them in order to search?
Yes, and he would probably sniff out a warrant that's being requested.
And not even that. Once he
So-
finds out there's a warrant, he has time to get rid of everything.
There's
So
yeah. So
Would
Go ahead.
Cade be
So-
able to give us permission to search during the party? He may not be able to sanction something like that off the books.
So I'll just say
And
this,
that's
like
completely
just anyone would know
Okay.
this. For a warrant, you have to have grounds to actually search. Like the
Mhm.
police can't just come to my house and be like, "Hey, we have a warrant to search your house," and I'd be like, "On what grounds?" Like to get a judge to sign a warrant, there has to be a significant reason for you to be able to search for that. So like I'd have to be like suspected in a murder, or like there would have to be evidence of like me being at a scene close by, like that they have a good reason to come in and search my personal belongings for stuff.
So, let me put this to you. The rending is illegal.
Mm-hmm.
People are kidnapped to go into the rending.
Mm-hmm.
So, somebody who was kidnapped would not be breaking the law. They would be simply an unwilling participant in the rending.
Okay.
And if
One of-
somebody was kidnapped, that would be probable cause to go look for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
So
how do we
know-
tie that to him? Because
Um,
if we're trying to get to Warrant, it has to be tied to him somehow, and that is
Is
our
he-
problem. We're trying to tie him to it, but we can't do it without getting into his place.
But I can tell you that I know exactly who took my brother and Jacoba and Marin. I would assume that those who are kidnapped know who was behind it.
Would he be cocky enough to go to the rending if a notorious champion was discovered in the ring?
No, I don't think he's that stupid. He didn't get this far for this long by putting himself at risk like that.
And he knows Wrena. So
He
even
knows
if
I'm here, so he's going to be
Even more sneaky
Wary.
and careful.
so
If it was, say,
He would-
somebody associated with the Black Suns, would he make an appearance?
Or the sun blades even.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Not knowing that I'm in the city. Maybe if he didn't know I was here,
Mm.
but he knows I'm here, he's not going to do something like that.
Even though you said he's cocky.
He's cocky, but he's
when,
not stupid.
when so okay. The only way I think we could actually get a warrant is if we found somebody who worked at the rending and were able to convince them to turn against him.
I need to find Marin.
I mean, I had talked about that already earlier, but
I know. But
but
maybe
again,
she can give us the name of someone.
Look-
Maybe they can be bought off. Most of the people in the rending want money. Maybe we can offer to pay them.
None of this solves the problem, though, that he will sniff a warrant coming his way. I mean, he's a part
But
of the
if we-
judicial system.
But if we know that the warrant is going to be for him, he would not be a part of that chain of command if that is the case. Because that would be a conflict of interest.
No, but are you? He may have people who say, "Hey, that girl you were concerned about was seen headed to the courthouse."
We've
I don't.
already been seen at the guard place because of what happened with Horns and Roller. And we've already been seen going to see Cade.
Touche's worried about
not to
Wrena.
mention,
Okay.
Cal already saw Wrena chasing after the wagon.
He knows I'm going to be looking at him. So maybe if I am just the focus of his attention, then that could be enough for you all to maybe see if what you can find, and I will have to be the distraction. Because if he sees that I am now one of the blessed, who knows, maybe he will want me to fight in the rending. He took Connie. He may be retired now. I don't know. I mean, if anything, I could be decent bait.
All right, well,
We're going back and forth on
yeah,
the
I'm
fence.
gonna go
Yeah.
find out
Because
where
it's
the
a
rending is.
complicated problem.
No, I understand, but we're chasing two rabbits. I would prefer we do things legally, but this is your call, Wrena. This is your. I worry that trying to do this the right way may end up with him getting away. Are you okay with that?
I think that my problem is I need to know if Connie is at that party. And if I see him and I'm able to talk to him, and he is not on Kel's side, maybe he can even help us get the evidence that we need. And as someone on the inside, that is an informant and is not necessarily illegal. But if he is not on our side, then I will make it to my goal to just take Cal down. And what I'm willing to do that, if Connie cannot be saved, is I'm willing to just do what it takes to get the evidence we need to take him down as quickly as possible. But if we can do things in a straightforward manner with someone who is willing to betray him and help us bring him down, because right now maybe Connie doesn't see a way out, but if he sees a way out and he knows I'm here and I want to help him, and I don't blame him for what he did, if depending on circumstances, all of this hinges upon whether or not I can talk to Connie and see his story.
So then we have two plans, and it's going to depend on a crucial turning point. I think then, Wrena, our plan should be to go to the party. You get alone with your brother, find out what you need to find out, and then we make the decision, then and there. Plan A, legal. We go through legal means. If he's willing to turn against him, then he's our man inside. We find a way to get probable cause, to get the warrant, and we search the place. If he's not, and it's something we're going to need to act on quickly, plan B. Navari finds evidence and maybe proof and gets them to me, and I get them to Kate. I mean, we can make it look as legal as possible that way. It is not technically legal, but if it's going to save lives, then it's going to save lives. I would much prefer that we do this the legal way, but it is your call. This is your family at risk, and
well, for now, we at least need to get in.
You're
and
killing
right now,
me.
we aren't even sure if we can get in. So there's that step.
Navari's already leaving to go talk to her informant.
Okay.
That's fine.
All
We'll
right.
figure it out.
this is the plan. We will work on getting everything set up for it then.
All right. And then I follow Navari. Because I know Navari wanted me to go with.
Okay. So Navari and Wrena are heading out to meet with Navari's informant. And what are the rest of you doing? Chillin'?
I am putting together a letter to Kate that may just end up being ascending. We'll see what happens with that.
All right. That's what you're doing. And Nemeron and Zavrin, you're just kind of like hanging out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Navari, Wrena. It's easy enough to get to that black market area. The last time you've been here has been early, Navari, so it's like later in the night. But you get here, it's like it's still like not super late at night. You guys, you got back around like sort of end of day, evening time, dinner time. So the market is still quite bustling. There's like a lot of people around now that like the day of like, office jobs or like other work has been finished. Like people have a time to shop and stuff like that. So what specifically are you looking for?
I'm gonna turn to Wrena and say, grab yourself a sandwich and keep an eye out. I don't think this is gonna take too long.
I can do that.
And then head to the alley where I left a note wedged in the wall, like
Okay.
a note and a gold piece wedged in the wall, and check to see if it's still there.
Me?
No, I
No, you're it's gone.
Oh, I'm getting sandwich.
yeah.
Yeah. No,
All right.
you go to check and it's gone.
I'll get out a piece of parchment again. I still have a few sheets. And I'll write the following things on it. Payment for your information is waiting. As an offering to the information broker, I leave you this. There are a series of hidden tunnels that connect to the sewer under the Opera House. And as a second piece of information, I'll write the Dancing Devil of Dash, Domini's lost dog, is looking for a fight in the arena.
Okay.
And I'll fold that piece of paper up, put another piece of gold in there, and shove it into the... Oh, wait. Payment can be picked up. What was the name of the hotel that we were staying at?
The Ivory Steer.
Blue mattress?
The Ivory Stair.
Ivory Steer. Yeah. Blue
Steer.
Mattress was in Veladon.
Oh, I'm thinking of the wrong city.
Yeah. Ivory Steer.
Your payment awaits at the Ivory Steer.
Okay.
And then fold it up, slide it into the wall. Another gold piece, which I will subtract from my sheet.
All right. And then you just go pick up Wrena and head off?
Yeah, I think Navari's looking a little solemn because, well, not technically illegal, she knows that she's gonna have to get in trouble to help her friends out.
Okay.
Back before when Navari mentioned that she was in the Black Suns, could I check to see if she was being truthful? Or if, like, it was some truth in it? Zavrin's familiar with the Black Suns.
Okay. What are you trying to, like, understand?
Because Navari was like, if there was a prize fighter from the Black Suns here, maybe? And I was like, is she talking about herself?
Oh, okay, yeah. Go ahead and make a insight.
Nope.
You have no idea what she was talking about. You think
Our
maybe
first
she
one?
could have been weaving some truth into her words. There's potentially a reason for you to poke at her, because that's weird, but
Strange.
you're not 100% sure. Okay. So Navari, yeah, if you're just doing that and putting your pages in there,
Yeah, like I don't unless I'll take a quick look around, and if I see the girl, I'll give her a signal. But otherwise, I'm happy with the
okay.
I'm happy with what
Make
I
a perception
got.
check.
Crowded market, kind of hard to make things out.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's hard to pick out, but as you kind of like go over to Wrena, you do you go to pick her up and like talk to her for a minute. You do notice out of the corner of your eye someone go into that alleyway that you were just
I'll sort of say to look to Wrena and says, all right, I cast my line. Nope, this is no slight on you, but it's probably better we take different routes home.
Or savage.
Okay. So you guys are
Yeah.
you guys are splitting up?
Sure.
Okay. So Wrena, you head off in one direction, and Navari, where are you going?
Well, I need to pay this girl, so I think I'm just gonna head back to the ivory steer.
Okay.
And not go inside. Just sort of. Does the ivory steer have like outdoor seating?
Yeah. Let's say there's like there's like a couple of patio tables outside. Sure, why not?
Yeah. Then she'll just grab a beer and sit in the patio.
Okay. Easily enough. Eventually, Wrena comes around. You see Navari sitting at a table. You just head inside?
Sure.
Okay. You head inside. Navari, maybe like an hour or so later, someone comes by and sits at your table. Not the little girl.
Mm-hmm.
Dark-haired, dark-skinned man, dressed in sort of a long coat, kind of like just like workers' clothing on. Little scraggly, but not looking like homeless or like beggar. And just sits in front of you and just says, "Nice night."
Not bad.
I figured, well, there were some questions to be had, and I have some news to deliver, and figured you were the right person, given that you're sitting here observing the streets.
Well, I'm always down for a good story.
But a good story doesn't come free.
Oh, of course. I'm trying to think, like, what would Navari feels like this is a good amount for information?
Yeah, because remember, the original information you asked for was for information on the strings and and I think that was it. I think it was like the strings was like your original, and potentially
you know
like what was below the city.
Yeah, she wants good information, and it's going to be pricey. She's got 200 gold on her right now.
Okay.
And I think, like, she's basically making herself broke right now, but I think she's just going to drop her, like,
coin pouch
on the table.
Okay.
Says, that's for the information I'd asked for, but I think it might buy me a little bit more.
Right. Well, I think this could work out for a good story. Grabs it and like pulls it back and like tucks it into a pocket in his coat. He just goes, "Seems like you've already been learning a little bit in your time touring the city. You seem to have already figured out that there is more than meets the eye beneath our feet. There is quite an interesting aquarium that can be delved if you only know where to look. You want something else. If you're looking to enjoy some physical entertainment, we can make that happen for you.
Oh, I'm looking to lose some coin on a bet, but
Bet. Not participate?
she gives a toothy grin. I suppose one could bet on themselves.
Fair game. Well, if you are looking for some gambling and physical enjoyment, that can be arranged. Probably not until next week. Things restart then, and, well, happy to pencil you in.
I think Navari leans forward. I see the thing about these fights is sometimes.
Said they were fights.
Oh, sorry. The thing about these events is sometimes participants can't join for one reason or another, and you need somebody to fill in.
Yes.
I don't suppose somebody might slip on their stairs or something. Say somebody slipped on their stairs or something.
No, that is totally understandable. Of course, sometimes an extra teammate is needed, or someone accidentally injures themselves before any sport can take place, and that is truly an unfortunate circumstance. But that's not the case right now. You see, there are some important people currently residing and running things within the city, and well, with their attention split on other areas of importance, the sport is on hiatus at this time. But as soon as our league commissioner is ready to restart the games, we will be happy to make sure that you are a participant or observer, whichever you would so choose.
I think she's at this point going to lean over the table and say, there's a matter of propriety here. I'm certain that I could provide some decent entertainment. In fact, if the word got around that I was in there, in the right circles, you might even draw more of a crowd. But here's the tricky thing. I can't be a willing participant for certain reasons.
See. Well, again, if you want to make that your entrance, there's going to be a little bit more of a cost. Also, there is still no entertainment happening until after tomorrow night.
That's fine. I'm patient.
All right. Well, when would you like to take part unwillingly?
The sooner the better. And just let me
Right.
know what the cost is.
We'll say 500 now. And another 500 when we get you in without any knowledge of this deal being struck.
Do you mind if I try not to walk through the city with everything. Do you mind if I just reach out?
Oh,
to...
no, of course. How about I told you we cannot do anything until after tomorrow night? You contacted us before. I will give you the opportunity to do so again. You know how to get in touch with us. When you're ready, make it known. We'll
All right.
happily entertain you.
She gives him a nod and says, pleasure doing business with you.
He just nods at you and he just says, evenings are so lovely. Do hope to see you enjoy the market again sometime soon. Pushes himself up and away from the table. Oriana, you said you were waiting to write a letter? Do you write a letter or?
Yeah, so she's like writing it out and then realizes that this could probably just be done in ascending and is gonna try and just send again.
Okay, go ahead.
So to Cade, where is the Vorstat's banquet being held? And would it be possible to get one or two of my friends in as security?
Okay, that's what you ask?
Mhm.
It is being held at Kel's Manor. No.
Okay.
What a dreamboat.
Okay, so I'll go and find Wrena and whoever else.
His response is like he's usually not this short. He's
tired.
Yeah.
Okay, so minor complication. Can't get any of you in.
Not as
Not through
security,
Cade.
at least.
Not as security either for us or for the event or anything like that. Maybe we have to try and find another way to get you guys in.
Can we get in as guests?
He sounds exhausted. I'm not going to bother him again tonight. Maybe when we're getting ready to. I don't know at this point.
Did you hear from your parents?
I can message them and see. I will message my father.
Okay.
Cade can get me in as his +1. Would it be possible to get the tall one and maybe one other person in as either guests or something of that nature.
Your mom was just kidnapped. She could use a bodyguard.
You
As bodyguards.
Did you call your mom or your dad?
Dad,
Uh,
because he was the
just-
one that was working on it.
Oriana, this I can bring you as a +1. I am unable to bring your group. I apologize. We'll have to find some other method of having them get in or have them wait. And don't know.
Okay. He can't get any of you in either. He can only get to me. So we need to find a way to either get you guys a part of the catering staff or some sort of security detail or something.
Navarre, could you forge like a caterer badge or paper, something like that?
Davari just kind of like shrugs in this. Not my kind of thievery.
Fair
We
enough.
got we got a chef. You know, make some bomb ass food.
We do have a chef.
But that's not fair on him, though. Just putting. No, never mind. Okay. Well, I guess it kind of exhausts all the legal, you know, ways we can try to get in there. Because
keep going.
no, I'm good. No, go ahead.
The only way we're getting you guys legally in is if you're a part of the staff. At this point, the two people we know who could theoretically get all of you in, or even some of you in, have
Said
both
no.
said no. So it's staff or nothing. The other option would be if your brother is there, if I could convince him to step outside for a moment to speak with you. But that does not help with plan B of Navari steal shit.
I don't know. Because like I said, we don't know where my brother is 100% of the time. If he's even free to wander beyond Cal's side, I don't know. At this point, I am debating even just walking up to the front door and knocking.
Do you think he'd allow you such easy entrance?
I think he would allow me easy entrance, but getting back out might be questionable.
Well, I mean, I guess the most direct approach usually is the most effective.
As I said, I could try writing him a letter and requesting an invitation. The fact that he may just completely ignore me is very possible.
That doesn't hurt to try, though.
You could try, but again, those are my ideas. They are not something you necessarily have to commit to right now, but we would need to be able to solve this before it starts. Usually these kind of shindigs start in the late afternoon, early evening, so
We need
we
to
would have
try to
limited time.
then we need to try to see if we can find out who is catering. Maybe see if we can get in with them.
We
In that case,
we could do that, or well, I think we should still do that. I could do really well with catering. I'm a good cook, and I'm sure they would love to have someone else on their staff that can help it. But for someone else who's maybe not, I think that Oriana, you said your parents, they could get you in. Well, Cade's bringing a +1, but he hasn't necessarily stated who that is. Maybe he could bring one of the others as his +1.
Could he bring me?
Just saying. Obviously, Oriana's parents can't do that because they'd be bringing Oriana, but I don't think Cade necessarily has that same
So
rigidity.
if
You are so
Kate-
smart.
If Kate is willing to take me,
DM
then
screen.
I will be then I will be visible to Cal and even Connie if he is there. But then you would need to find a way in. And of course, Little Chef offering your assistance with catering is good, but we know that we
I mean-
need Horns to be the sneaky one. And Rultan and Ruler, would you then, what would you do to get in?
Every chef needs a staff.
True. We could be like
Sushi.
we could be like we could be apprentices. Like
Yeah, I was thinking more along the lines of like sous chef and
Others?
You know-
I can walk with a plate.
Rultan could be a sous chef, and then Roller could help deliver the little finger sandwiches.
Oh, I love the finger sandwiches.
and then
You're supposed to
Navari.
be
We
the
still
one
need to get
deliver them.
we still need to get Navari in though. But the three of them can be the support staff that Artemis uses.
How well known are you, but visually, Oriana?
My face was plastered around the Empire for a good many months.
as a wanted poster.
I don't suppose their daughter could have grown a few feet.
No,
turned
because
red.
you do not have. Well, I am red. I mean, we're different shades of red, but I also have this, and I'll, put my fingers through my purple hair. I also have the arcing carvings along the horns,
We can buy a wig and paint.
which do
And
not
you
go in
have-
the same direction as yours, I'm afraid.
And you have an unremovable ankle bracelet.
That as well.
I could be removed.
No.
Once at least.
No, we are not doing that. Remember the whole not breaking the law things?
It'd make you look like it with magic, but then you would
Also
just have to
that-
make sure no
also
one can
the-
touch you.
Also, then, Navari, I would be the one who does not get into the party. Because you would be acting as me with my parents, and then Wrena would be with Cade.
Welcome to the
cannot-
chef staff.
We cannot be both in the same room and you suggest that you are me, because then people will look, oh look, it's the person whose picture was all over the Empire.
Rena goes as Rena.
Exactly. Like, I cannot. If Navari is trying to pass off as me, then I cannot go as Kate's +1. So Wrena would have to go as Kate's +1, and then I'm not getting into the party.
Do I
make
need
you-
to be in this party?
If we have to resort to very persuasive or very charismatic distractions, yes, you probably want me at this party.
I can change your appearance for 8 hours just to make sure no one touches you.
Could be another server.
Why are we trying to pass off Navari as me though?
I don't know.
Why can't Navari just be a part of Artemis's cooking staff?
Well,
I just wanted to try my Oriana accent, that's all.
Give it a shot. Practice right now.
I am
accent.
Oriana. Perfect?
Why do you sound?
I think you did really good, actually.
Yeah.
Pretty spot
It's
on.
me, Oriana.
Why are you making me sound like I'm from the far north? Like I don't understand.
I don't hear
To be
any
fair,
difference.
To be
It
fair,
sounds pretty
Navari does
good.
have that. Yeah, it actually does. Ugh.
All right. Well, you guys debate and decide exactly what you are going to do to get into this party together as a group the next evening, and figure it out because you still have a day to go. That is where we're going to call our session for tonight. So thank you everyone for watching. We appreciate you. We hope you have enjoyed this session. Please, 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 if you had a good time and like what we do, share with your fellow D&D lovers or other TTRPG lovers. The best way to help a stream grow is to spread the word. And remember, folks, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Have a great Friday. Make good choices. And we hope to see you back here next week. See you later. Have a good night, everyone.
Night, everybody.